1 in every 16 people is a sociopath. Fact. Type in sociopath brain, normal brain, the one sentence, and look for yourself, look at the images of a sociopath brain versus your fucking brain, right? The front of their brain doesn't work. They've got a solitary pathology down the middle of their fucking brain, I'll come back to it, and they've got a fucking microscopic amygdala, right? The majority of their fucking brain doesn't work for a reason. They don't develop beyond 3 to 5 years of age. And they gravitate towards positions of power. You've been groomed to believe your ancestors were bad people, right? Your ancestors were phenomenally good people. Even though they were predominantly slaves, they lived in villages, they were good people, they got along with each other. However, there was always some cunt that fucked them off, right? Somebody in the village who they gave chance after chance after chance to. But there came a point where your ancestors said, we've had enough, right? We've had enough. Here's some of the things your ancestors did to sociopaths. Someone the whole village knew and gave chance after chance after chance to. They would take them to the nearest river and fucking drown them. Right? Yeah, male or female. That makes them a bad person. Your ancestors weren't bad people, they got rid of them. For a reason. If you don't get rid of them, they do more bad things. The majority of their brain doesn't work. And that was their own choosing since infancy, which is why they don't develop beyond infancy, 3 to 5 years of age. What else did your ancestors do? Well, sometimes they fucking burned them alive and stood there and just went, aye, fair enough, screaming his head off, got what he fucking deserved, the bastard. Burned them alive, right? Didn't end there. Your ancestors used to also do things like tie the sociopath's ankles together, then attach the rope to the tail of a horse. And then the village would line up, slap the horse's arse, and then the sociopath would literally be bouncing off into the distance with their brains coming out of their skull, with the entire village going, right? They were really, really good people. Doesn't end there. Your ancestors did this so regularly, they knew how to do the following. They would take a sociopath into a field, they would all gather wood, predominantly place it on their chest. Then the rest of them would go and get enough rocks, right? They knew enough to get enough rocks, just enough rocks to place on the chest, so that it would take 3 days for the sociopath to die. And they would walk past that field as the sociopath, I'm fucking dying, this is dreadful, this is fucking agony, fucking help me. Until you couldn't hear anything, because obviously the lungs were paper thin. Like I say, why did they crush the life out of sociopaths? What was their day-to-day living experience of putting up with a fucking sociopath until they had enough? Yeah. If you've been abused by someone in a position of trust, someone who's done you wrong, tried to have an adverse effect on your life in some way, maybe enormously, right? Here's the thing, you can get rid of them. You can get rid of them all, right? And they actually want you to become morally outraged. They've worked out they can get away with it. They've calculated you can do fuck all about it. And so you'll be left going, with fuck all you can do about it. They enjoy that, sociopaths. Don't get morally outraged. There's a simple, obvious solution, and I want you to demand it. Demand it from your local politicians. Get everyone you fucking know. Every single town has a local politician who does fuck all, right? A wee lying bastard. So go to them and say, we demand that every single person in a position of trust in society must have an fMRI brain scan. You've typed in sociopath brain, normal brain, you've seen the difference. If someone's abused you in a position of trust in your society, which is highly likely because they gravitate towards power and they haven't developed beyond infancy for a fucking reason, I'll come back to it, you can get rid of them, right? Just tell your fucking politicians in every fucking town, we want every single person who wants to stay in a position of trust, especially when they're being paid from the public purse, our pockets, they must have an fMRI brain scan to prove they've actually got prefrontal brain function and that their amygdala has developed beyond infancy. You know, that's quite important because if the brain hasn't developed, if the predominance of the brain has no function, doesn't process sugar, then they're not trustworthy. They're a fucking sociopath, right? And our ancestors used to fucking execute them for a reason, and we're paying their wages to prey on us. We can get rid of them. We don't need to take them to a river, crush them in a field, or watch them bounce down the fucking down a hill behind a horse with a brain coming out their skull, you know, or burn them. Without bloodshed, we can get rid of them all. Yeah? fMRI brain scans make sure your so-called fucking representative, yeah, every town has one, your representative, they must insist that it becomes law, right? And then we replace them. Moral law. A sociopath's right frontal lobe doesn't function. Morality is actually a myth to them. Its prefrontal cortex doesn't function. It has no conscience, let alone a moral conscience, right? It bullshits itself, it does. And it has no fucking empathy, ergo compassion. It has no depth in its amygdala. It's incapable of love. It bullshits itself. It's capable of enormous love. It's a lying, evil bastard. Or cunt. So, if your politicians don't want to implement this, make it law, moral law, you run. Yeah? You run for local politician. Yeah? Everyone should run for local politician to make this fucking law. Get rid of them all. All these fucking evil bastards. You cannot get on an aeroplane without a passport. You should not be able to be in a position, any position of trust in society without a brain pass. Yeah? And these fMRI brain scans, just like jury duty, someone is chosen from the public at random to attend them, to make sure there's no corruption. Because these motherfuckers conspire with each other, they would try and get away with it. Yeah? I'll start at the very bottom, right? Primary concentration campus, right? Homeschooling. Stop sending your kids to primary concentration campus. A is for apple, B is for banana. No, today it's A is for anus, B is for bisexual, C is for cunnilingus, D is for dick. Right, genuinely. What the fuck do 4 and 5-year-old kids need to be taught about anal sex for? Yeah? Homeschooling. More importantly, wee Jimmy. Wee Jimmy's in the primary concentration campus class, and he's got a wee toy sitting by himself, and he's like, oh, this is fun, this wee toy that I've chosen myself, and he seems to be enjoying himself. However, there happens to be someone in the same class, male or female, who has a fucking microscopic amygdala. They inherit a microscopic amygdala, and they choose not to develop it. And they see wee Jimmy, and they envy him, right? They have these primordial urges that a human brain, a human amygdala doesn't have, really. So wee Jimmy is sitting there happy because you can make yourself happy if you're a human being with very little. But people with a microscopic amygdala feel things like hatred being a pastime for the stupid, jealousy, materially, and existential envy. Yeah? Not forgetting aggression, wrath, right? I'm quite peaceable. I trust implicitly in the moral law of divinity. I repeat, they don't have a right frontal lobe that functions. And in primary concentration camps, why don't the fucking teachers teach these kids from infancy, look, if you don't develop the front of your fucking brain, you will remain 3 to 5 years of age to the day you fucking die. So, if you're taught in infancy, fucking don't envy wee Jimmy, you know, don't attack people who have material things that you want, you know, if they're happy, don't try and drag them down, don't try and make them unhappy, don't fucking bully them, these kind of things. If they don't teach this to fucking children, instead of A is for anus, B is for banana, right? If they don't teach these things, the child doesn't develop the front of its fucking brain. Now, what is it a teacher's supposed to teach? The brain. But they don't teach the brain the most important thing they can teach a brain about the brain. How to develop the front of the fucking brain, and how to also grow the capacity to develop beyond things like envy, wrath, all the aforementioned. Yeah? So, take the strain and grow your brain. How come they don't teach that?
I wonder what could be behind that failure by choice.
So, say that junior sociopath attacks wee Jimmy, steals his toy and makes him cry, right? It's calculated it can get away with it, that wee junior sociopath. And if there's a moral teacher who's had a fucking brain pass and, yeah, they're definitely trustworthy, they would approach the junior sociopath and say, that's dreadful, give Jimmy his fucking toy back, stop envying people who are happy, leave them alone, and stop being this way or you'll fucking arrest your development. Yeah? However, in the majority of cases that doesn't fucking happen. Yeah? If it does though, the junior sociopath wants to attack wee Jimmy because they were punished for needing to be punished. Worse though, if they get away with it, they pride themselves on it. So, a sociopath's amygdala, as you know, is fucking microscopic. And if you're not taught to take the strain, grow your fucking brain, then you're arrested like that. Why? I repeat, there's a fucking moral law which punishes people who don't blame themselves when they fucking do wrong. If you don't blame yourself when you do wrong, you don't fucking grow. Fact. You've seen the brain scans. Their amygdala's fucking microscopic and the front of their brain doesn't function. If you don't take the strain and grow a heart, right? If you don't feel fucking compassion and your left frontal lobe doesn't grow, if you don't, you know, say, oh fuck, I did wrong there, I'm going to become a better person, you don't develop a fucking moral conscience. These are enormously important things for every infant to know. Yeah? Every child to know, every teenager to know, every young adult to know. Your brain doesn't stop developing till you're 26. Yeah? No one's taught this shit. It's not shit. Instead, a sociopath remains a weak surrender monkey. Yeah? It just surrenders to these urges it's inherited, these hellish, horrendous urges that your ancestors used to drag them to the nearest river because of. Yeah? And what I'm saying is, we don't need to fucking kill them. We don't need to crush them in fields. We can get rid of them all, yeah? Now, my horrendous discovery is that, see, these wee creatures, right? If they're not fucking taught to grow, for fuck's sake, what do they develop? Oh no. They develop lust, right? How many deadly sins have I mentioned so far, right? They get off on evil when they hit wee Jimmy, and if they get away with it, yeah, then basically he's to blame for what they're to blame for. This kind of bullshit goes on in their head, you know, and if they're punished, then they'll punish wee Jimmy again if they can, and if wee Jimmy's taken away, then it'll be the next person gets fucking attacked, right? And this goes on throughout the entire course of their fucking life, which is why your ancestors got rid of them. What I'm saying is, it's horrendous, male or female, if they're not fucking forced, essentially, in a kind of really loving way, to develop the brain, take the strain, grow your brain, and if this isn't fucking rudimentary in every single person's life right up to the age of 26, male or female, they get off sexually on evil. When you see it, you can't unsee it. Now, a lot of them can hide it. However, I've met the ones who can't hide it. Right? When you see it, this is what have they developed instead of grey matter, right? They develop white matter and a solitary pathology to this white matter. And all this white matter does is compartmentalise. So they can lie to that one, oh fuck, they might find out, so I'll have an overarching lie and I'll conspire against these motherfuckers, blah, 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 blah. And on the other side of that white matter is a dopamine provider. So when they are evil, they get a fucking rush, a damned rush, a thrill from being evil. And lots of them can hide it from you, and they can do it in fucking plain view, in broad daylight. There's ones who can't, right? And we'll start with them. And this is what it's like when they get trapped, when they do something that they know they should be punished for, especially when they've calculated they can get away with it. This is what it is. Right? When I first saw Anthony Hopkins do that in Silence of the Lambs, I thought, well, that's a really good actor's device. See when you actually fucking see it in person. And I've seen it in females and males. And I notice it more and more. The majority of them do this, so you might not spot it. They are getting a rush of dopamine. So, you know, they don't even need to like punch you in the face or rape you or whatever. You know, they can just like, for example, commit some kind of offence, any kind of offence you can think of, ranging from making a decision that where they take your car off you, right? And so whatever it is, you know, or screaming at you. I'll come back to that. Whatever it is, when they do something they believe they should be punished for, right? It ranges from, you know, I've also seen this, right? Especially the female ones, right? Loads and loads of females who pull this face when they're ejaculating in front of me for having done something they firmly believe they should be punished for, and I've calculated I can't provide them with physical punishment or societal punishment, you know. So it's, I'll come back to it. And like I say, most of the time it's, and you might not even spot it, right? Male or female. But like I say, there are some of them who are not the worst. I'll come to them. I have started at the bottom. There are the ones I've seen where it is, and when you see it, I repeat, you can't fucking unsee it. It's not an actor's device. It is genuine. And so you've seen the brain scan, and that's why they arrest themselves. They get off on evil. They don't blame themselves. They blame wee fucking Jimmy, especially if they've ever been punished for their crimes. You know, they project their blame, blah, 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 blah. And this fucking moral law arrests them like that. They don't develop the brain because they never blame themselves, never develop a moral conscience, nor compassion, nor love. And, worst of all, they fucking get off on it sexually, right? If you don't get this sorted in youth, right, it doesn't mature, it develops. The only thing it develops is sexual pleasure from evil. Throughout history, right, and I'll go over it as we go on, basically the reason your ancestors, right, and everybody throughout history has executed sociopaths is because they pop up in the next fucking generation, right? So every fucking generation had to execute the next generation of sociopaths because they hadn't realised how you fucking, they hadn't figured out a way to teach sociopaths to develop into human beings. Now, I'm not saying execute them, right? I repeat, there's a simple, obvious solution. fMRI brain scans for every single motherfucker in positions of trust, especially if they're taking their wages from the public purse. And you can fucking make this happen. You can. Everyone you motherfucking know can make this happen. The simple, obvious solution. Lactose intolerant people died out during a period where the rivers, if you drank from them, you would die, right? So people turned to drinking cow's milk, yeah? And in a nutcake, so lactose intolerant people then died out. And now we're surrounded by lactose intolerant people. So genes can be dormant and resurface, yeah? So a sociopath's fucking genes, these be tiny fucking amygdalas, no matter how many times you fucking kill these bastards, they bounce down behind a fucking horse away into the distance or crush flat in a field. The next generation, hiya, right? They appear again, right? So we can't keep on fucking killing sociopaths, and it's too fucking late. There's millions of the bastards now, and they've got all the fucking top jobs. Just wait, I'll expose it all. They will never stop picking fights and torturing human beings. I'm giving you the gift of the simple, obvious solution, right? Throughout this video, I'll keep on repeating it. All sex offenders, right? And that's what all sociopaths are, sex offenders. And all sex offenders are repeat offenders, the recidivists. They all say the fucking exact same thing, I've discovered to my horror. They deserved it, had it coming, brought it on themselves, and were asking for it. That's what they say about all their victims, right? The exact same fucking phrase. They deserved it, had it coming, brought it on themselves, and were asking for it. So they're self-bullshitters, which is another reason they fucking don't develop their brain, as you've seen. Yeah, again, just keep looking at that. Sociopath brain, normal brain, and realise, fuck me, they're not actually human, right? They're not human. Gravity is an invisible law, yet you believe in it, right? It acts on absolutely everything at all fucking times everywhere. An invisible law, and you believe in it. What would happen if you didn't believe in gravity, right? You're heading for a fall. Imagine you got up again and went, that was fucking really painful. I don't know why that fucking happened, right? And you still didn't believe in gravity. You're heading for your next fall, right? Imagine then you're hurt again and you get up and you think to yourself, I don't know why that happened. Sociopaths, from the cradle to the fucking grave, never learn, right? Because they haven't developed the right frontal lobe, which is your moral compass, right? Without that, you can't have a clue about what morality is. I repeat, to them it's kind of like a myth, yeah? So, the moral law of divinity is an invisible law, like gravity. If you don't fucking believe in it, some people call it karma, right? The moral law of divinity, as I've discovered it, yeah, is an invisible law that acts on absolutely everything at all times, everywhere. Yeah? And if you don't fucking believe in it, you're heading for a fall, right? From grace, yeah? And if you still don't believe in it, you're heading for another fucking fall from grace, right? Here's the thing though. When I do good, which I do my level best to do at all times, right? I'm rewarded like that. Yeah, I never do good to get a reward. I think that's the key, isn't it? And so, however, the thing is this, remember, your ancestors punished bad people. Now, why would the most divine, moral and loving force imaginable, this invisible law, why would it punish bad people, sociopaths? Why would it punish them? Surely this loving, divine force wouldn't punish people. Well, it does though. It arrests them in their development, and every time they do something bad, it punishes them. The difference being, it's slow. My rewards are quick. Their punishments slowly yet surely. Why? To give them time to atone, make amends, take the blame, feel guilt, grow. If you don't develop the front of your brain, you can't feel guilt, right? Yeah, you can't experience guilt. I feel guilt for things I did when I was a kid to this fucking day. I'll never get over them, you know. It has made me a better man, you know, because I've chosen to be. No one is without sin, yeah? No one. And so, however, you, I repeat, learn from those things and you fucking grow. They never learn, no matter how many times they're punished. And it's mainly because it's so fucking slow. You know, if they were just punched in the face with this enormous fucking law, you know, just like if you threw yourself off a cliff, you know, there's a moment of inertia and away you fucking go, you know, and you would land and you'd be very hurt or dead, right? But the point is, if you didn't die, you would go, I'm not doing that again. However, imagine when you threw yourself off a cliff, you sailed down really slowly, walked away, and then all the pain developed about 2 months later. You might think, oh fuck, maybe that's because I threw myself off that cliff. You might not. You might go, where did this pain come from? I don't understand it, right? But what do sociopaths do when they're punished? You can rely upon them to take that out on other people, right? From the cradle to the fucking grave, which is why your ancestors got rid of them. I repeat, we don't have to. We don't need to use rivers, rocks, anything we have to learn, anything, slap horses' arses, start fires. The simple, obvious solution, fMRI brain scans for every motherfucker. Or, let's just start with people in positions of trust. I'm starting at the very fucking bottom, don't forget. Right? If the front of the brain doesn't function and they've not developed beyond infancy and they've got a solitary pathology, it's for a fucking reason. They're an evil cunt and they get sexual pleasure from evil. And they will take everything out on people till the fucking day they die. I repeat, they're self-bullshitters into the bargain. So, if an evil person is punished, slowly, giving them time to atone and make amends, yet surely, right? And you cannot fucking escape this moral law. It's impossible, yeah? Good karma, bad karma, call it what the fuck you will, right? Here's the thing. When it arrives, and they tend to never learn from it because they don't have a moral conscience, they haven't developed beyond infancy, most of their brain doesn't function, they're a high-functioning fucking retard. The point is, when it arrives, this punishment, which will take out on other people, they deserved it, had it coming, brought it on themselves, and were asking for it. I repeat, when that happens, they want to take that out on you, right? Again, and again, and again. Again! Male or female serial killers, right? I'll not mention any names, right? However, I'll start with a female serial killer. When she was a kid, she correctly fought with a bully and got on top of him and started battering him. And then when she was battering him, her ventral tegmental reward centre lit up like a Christmas tree, right? She ejaculated. And she went away and thought to herself, fucking hell. She thought to herself, I really like that. Now let's fast forward, right? Let's fast forward quite a lot. Now, obviously, the thing you can take from this is that's where sadism blossoms from. Blossoms. In the end, she was sitting on the bed whilst her boyfriend tortured children sadistically. He was getting sexual pleasure without touching his genitals, and that's very, very important. Most sex offenders do not need to touch their genitals to ejaculate. Very important that. And so she was getting off sexually, watching the child being tortured, and he was torturing them. He was getting off on it, and the child would turn to her, and understandably, the child would beg her, thinking she would save them, and they would just stare at the child, right? And the whole time, she was recording it on a tape recorder. And so he would then take the child away and kill the child and bury it and all the rest of it. And she would play the tapes back and masturbate. At that juncture, playing with herself. So you can see where it starts, you can see where it ends with sociopaths. And they're all the fucking same, I assure you, right? From top to bottom. And you know, because they don't have a moral conscience and they don't feel guilt and all the rest of it, you know, when they commit any act of evil, you know, they just crack on, right? Ensuring they will do it again and again and again and again. I repeat, all sex offenders are repeat offenders, right? You can absolutely fucking guarantee it. So you need to see who these motherfuckers are. You need their brain pass. And another thing, like I say, without this moral conscience, this most fucking important thing a brain can develop, right? They go through life like this.
Gotta love me.
Right, genuinely, without a moral conscience, no matter how many fucking acts of evil they're guilty of, they still genuinely believe they deserve phenomenal, divine love and relationships. They're a fucking retard, an evil retard that's not developed beyond infancy because, unfortunately, it developed absolutely fucking tiny, tiny, tiny little amygdala spheres, right? And it's amygdaloid cortex, right? And it chose not to fucking develop that, right? Now, we can teach children to develop beyond this. Take the strain and grow your fucking brain. Worse. What happens if you don't fucking kill sex offenders, sociopaths, call them what you will, and don't get rid of them? What happens? Well, when they commit any act of evil and ejaculate in front of you, and you don't provide them with any fucking consequence, you might not even know it's happening, right? It makes them think you're asleep and that they're awake and they're this fucking enormous, intelligent human being. They, you know, when they're as thick as shit and you can't fucking bring yourself to believe, right, how fucking tiny their brain is. They're pathological liars who lie all the fucking time and bullshit themselves. And like I say, if someone can ejaculate in front of you in plain fucking view, carrying out any act of evil, whatever it is, and you don't provide them with any consequence, you know, again, they just think they're a fucking supreme being and that you're as thick as shit. You're asleep, they're awake, right? However, some of them hope that you are awake and that you have moral outrage like your ancestors used to have, right? That you are capable of, you know, if you're awake to it and you can see that far fucking down, and they want you to get angry and chase them because baby has calculated it can get away with it, right? Now, it's very, very important, therefore, that they don't get into positions of trust in society where they can learn all the rules and work out how to actually turn against you, providing them with any type of consequence of any kind at all. Whilst the moral law never fucking misses, which they'll take out on you as well. So, If you are impotent, as they would see it, they feel
Powerful.
and that they've got pretenge, right? Existential pretenge against wee Jimmy and all those like him who followed, yeah? Against adult, moral human beings. Here's the thing though, you know, they are hypersensitive hypocrites, right? If you slight them even slightly, these butt-hurt looping evil fucking sex offenders carry that to the fucking grave and must have pretenge, yeah? Otherwise known as pity play peddling incontinent arseholes. When these slighted, even the slightest of slights, morally insane, fucking evil bastards, if they're in a position of trust and have learned all the rules how to fucking get away, what are they going to fucking do? And they're slighted all the fucking time because they're maniacs, ego fucking maniacs, right? Narcissists don't develop beyond 5. I've never fucking encountered one that's developed beyond 5. Megalomaniacs don't develop beyond 3. Fuck me, they're the worst. They are the fucking worst. So what we can learn from this though is, behaviour is inherited, right? You can take a dog before it opens its eyes at birth, take it away to the fucking desert, you know, train it, do whatever the fuck you want to it with this dog, right? At some juncture, you will find that dog licking its arse. Behaviour is inherited. So, again, with sociopaths, from infancy, we need to fucking help them grow, take the strain and fucking grow their brain from core to front and across the board, yeah? Otherwise, we're essentially breeding evil sex offenders. When a rapist rapes, it's actually for power. They don't need to get their fucking penis out, right? They actually, you know, I'll not mention any names, but a very famous rapist used to smash women's foreheads in with a hammer. And when he smashed the woman's forehead in, he would ejaculate without touching his goose gogs. Now, let's take it to the other extreme, right? What about, especially in North America, where a woman who's a sociopath, if we can call her a woman, right? She hasn't developed beyond infancy. She takes a man to court and falsely accuses him of rape. And what most people don't realise is she gets off on it sexually. She gets ripples of sexual pleasure through her ventral tegmental reward centre. She's getting revenge against Jimmy, right? She can choose a guy at random. And there's all these wonderfully unbrain-scanned, caring solicitors, call them what you will, lawyers. And you know, hundreds of thousands from this motherfucker, this innocent man's pocket, right? She falsely accuses him of rape, fucking puts this guy through the mill, right? Quite literally, a dark satanic mill. And once his money's been taken off him by all these thieving bastards, and she's proven to be a lying, evil sociopath, right? And he's actually contemplated fucking killing himself during the process, lost every fucking penny he's ever made in his life. She walks away scot-free, right? She doesn't like go to fucking jail, fuck all, right? So, what's that a recipe for? What kind of person's attracted to that? We can get rid of all these motherfuckers, especially since they've ratified into law that your ancestors were bad people. And you've inherited the genes of your ancestors. You've inherited their amygdala, right? You developed the front of your brain because you didn't inherit these wee fucking shitty, horrendous little deadly sins, right? You were wee Jimmy, yeah? However, now, in law, your ancestors were all bad people, and you're a bad person if you provide these evil fucking pieces of shit with the brutal, merciless, physical consequence they deserve. However, what am I promoting? The simple, obvious solution. Just fucking brain scan them with somebody chosen at random, like jury duty, and witnessing it to make sure it is above board. If it proves they're a sociopath, launch the cunt, right? Just launch them. You don't have to fucking, as said, you don't have to crush them in a field. Just send them back to the house you fucking bought them, in the car you bought them, and just, we've had enough. So in law, the baby's formula, every sociopath says the exact same thing. Took me fucking ages to work it out. What is the baby's formula? This phrase.
You are what I am. You are what I am.
Every fucking sociopath says that phrase, no matter what words they use to try and disguise it. It's the exact same phrase. You are what I am. From infancy to the fucking grave, and now it's ratified into fucking law.
You are what I am.
They are evil fucking bastards, and they're on every single fucking level of what I call the turd of Babel. Yeah? I'm going to start at the very bottom, as I told you. However, I'm going to take you to the very fucking top, and it's going to blow your socks off. Right? You know, have you ever seen a dog turd that does look like that though? Maybe not that big. However, I call that the turd of Babel. So I've started at the bottom, I'll go to the very top. So, in a court, yeah, they prey on your moral conscience, which they don't have. Again,
You are what I am.
every fucking court, if you read the minutes,
You are what I am.
they're fucking obsessed with saying you are what I am.
You're a bad person. You're a bad person. You're a bad person.
They make fucking billions from that phrase, right? And innocent men, you know, who are falsely accused of rape, for example, stand in court going, oh, fuck, I'm not a bad person. No, I genuinely didn't fucking rape her. No, I know rape's a really bad thing and all the rest of it. I don't get sexual pleasure from rape. I've never fucking raped. You know, whatever. It works on people with a moral conscience. And these sociopaths go, whether you can see them doing it or not, whereas, you know, whatever it is, they get a fucking supply of dopamine, a rush, a damned rush, a thrill to their ventral tegmental reward centre, which lights up like a Christmas tree. Yeah? And they do it in public, right? This is how fucking bold they are. I repeat, they think they're awake and you're asleep. Yeah? Especially when, I'm not a bad person. Especially when you're doing that and they're all making fucking hundreds of thousands of you. The average liar, lawyer, call them what you will, makes what, £250,000 a year from falsely accusing people of being a bad person for a living. Right? Do you brain scan lawyers? No. Are they in a position of trust? Taking money from the public purse? Well, isn't it very, very important that in court it should be moral law? You know? Then we must have their fucking brain scanned to make sure they have a fucking moral conscience and compassion and love. Feelings in their body, right? If they don't, they're not trustworthy. Get them to fuck. Back to their mansions you've already bought them. I'm not saying kill them. Here's another thing. See if you don't develop the front of your brain, you don't actually develop feelings in your body. Isn't that amazing? They're cold inside. Cold inside. Literally. They have ice in their veins. We give them chance after chance after chance after chance. Yeah? They can't fucking believe it. All it makes them think is,
I'm superior.
yeah. All in, essentially, they self-spasticate, right? They end up a mental quadriplegic, yeah? Isn't that extraordinary? They're missing, essentially, 3 limbs at the front of the brain and, I mean, a 4th limb, really. It's very, I mean, what a fucking absolutely microscopic limb. So I call them spastics, right? Since I was a kid, I actually started calling them spastics because, as I said in a previous video, when I was a kid, there was a kid who was a physical quadriplegic in a wheelchair, and I was in the bathroom and this kid walks in, this sociopath, and says to me, he's a fucking spastic, that guy. He's a fucking spastic, that guy. And I said to him, no, you're the fucking spastic, right? And it just came to me, right? And the look on his face was, and he stayed that way, right? It was like his pupils went from big to small, as though he went from that white matter he has to the very, very back, and this tiny, tiny core in this amygdala, yeah? These two wee dots, yeah? So, and he stayed that way, right? So, you know, it's quite hard not to read that. And it stayed with me and I thought, right, it's years and years later, I then worked out, oh aye, he must have known that he's the spastic, right? Because his brain hasn't fucking developed, you know, in all these key fucking ways, these 4 limbs that are missing. Sociopaths are mental quadriplegics. As you know, instead of grey matter, they develop white matter.
What's the matter, you? Hey, got no respect.
Now I told you I'm going to start, I start at the very bottom. Let's go up like one tiny little bit. Nurses.
What are you on about? Nurses are the best people of all time, anywhere, everywhere.
I'm not going to mention any names. Let me just, a very recent example of a nurse who's now world famous, who on a regular basis murdered babies. Right? She got sexual pleasure from it, she got a rush from it, which most people don't realise. Why did she continue to kill child after child after baby after baby after baby after baby? What was in it for her? You know, was she just doing it for no reason? No? And that's the thing people still don't fucking get, right? Because we don't brain scan people in positions of trust. And if we had a fucking done, all those babies would still be alive. Yeah? The thing is as well, she kind of got a thrill from the attention. There's like maybe doctors who would rush in and try and save the baby's lives, things like that. I think she maybe was attracted to some of the doctors, and so she would stand back and just enjoy the whole experience. Moral, conscience, compassion, love. So that's nurses. Doctors.
Doctors are the fucking most phenomenal people on the fucking planet.
Doctors. A very well-known case, a doctor who got sexual pleasure from killing old ladies, right? He killed hundreds of old ladies. And another thing he got off on was feeling superior, so superior, nobody could work out that even though he's the doctor and all these old ladies, hundreds of them have died under his watch, this unbrain scanned, this scumbag with no fucking brain pass, people would come in and say, "Thank you for looking after my mother." And he would go. Remember though, they bullshit themselves, so he actually still thought he was secretly a good person, and sociopaths think in black and white, you know, you're either all good or all bad, blah blah blah. And so he decided, she deserves it, she doesn't deserve it, you know, but hundreds do deserve it. Maybe Mrs. Miggins doesn't deserve it, so that makes me a good person, you know. And the thing was, when he was in his cell, after they finally caught the cunt, he waited until his insurance policy got to a certain level where when he killed himself, his wife would get the full whack. So even to the very end, he was acting as though he was a good person, having killed hundreds of old ladies on the NHS.
Thanks for looking after my mother.
Demand the simple, obvious solution. Every person in every position of trust must have an fMRI brain scan.
But I need to ejaculate, and I can't ejaculate without committing offence against a human being, overtly or covertly. And I must have pretenge against wee Jimmy, and those like him, the bastard. I'm secretly a good person.
The SOS. Now, who would be against the SOS? They would rather give themselves away, wouldn't they? Yeah? Unbrain scanned. Oh no, that wouldn't work for this reason or that reason. Oh no. They'd rather give themselves away, wouldn't they? You actually don't even need to brain scan those motherfuckers. Most of them. Can you imagine how fucking fantastic the entire world would be if we replace them with adult, moral, human beings? Simply launch them and tell them to give us peace.
But I need to ejaculate, and I worship Satan.
I have met some nurses, one of whom was a fucking saint. Genuinely, one of the most saintly people I've ever met in my life. A nurse, yeah. And the nurses around her were these wee evil, impish bastards. They looked up to her and went, how can we bring her down? How can we drag her down? And she either couldn't see that far fucking down or she didn't care to. She was so fucking nice, so considerate, so caring, so selfless, just so thoughtful, patient, giving. Fuck me. I didn't need her brain scan. Oh, and I also met a doctor 30 years ago. It was an Indian doctor, and she was a fucking genius. Again, one of the nicest people I've ever fucking met. And she told me things, and I thought to myself, I will store this, but I don't really believe that at this time. You know, 30 years later, there's still things that are coming to me go, she said that 30 fucking years ago. You know, stay tuned, motherfucker. Surgeons.
Surgeons are the best people on the surface of the fucking earth. How could you say anything against a surgeon?
Nipping. Surgeons nipping. Nipping about. There are 7 million people in Britain waiting on an operation, while surgeons are nipping about. 7 million fucking people waiting on an operation, right? Wait for it. These surgeons have thought to themselves, getting hundreds of thousands of pounds isn't enough for me. I'm going to set up a private practice, and then I'm going to work in the private practice, getting fucking millions, and then I'm going to nip across to the NHS, make a token gesture, do a couple of token operations, and I'll nip back across and get tons more money. So I've got 2 income streams. Hey!
Surgeons are the best people on the surface of the earth.
Are they fuck? What is a surgeon? Right, most surgeons are specialists, right? Now, mechanics that I know, who've been mechanics for decades, know, fucking hundreds of things about cars, right? A specialist knows one thing, right? It's a fancy term, isn't it, for knowing only one thing? I'm a specialist. No, you actually know one thing. For example, you cut an old lady open, you take her arse out and put it in the bin, then you get a metal arse and you put it in and say to a nurse, stitch her up, see you later. Next. Cross to the NHS, do a token, come back, do another, and they get paid fucking a ridiculous amount of money per operation. I'll do it for free. I'll cut you up and put your arse in the bin. I'll do it for fuck all. Now, what kind of person charges old ladies literally tens of thousands of pounds to put their arse in a bin? And does it all fucking day and then nips across to get money from the NHS making token gestures when there's 7 fucking million people in a queue waiting, who are all paying for the fucking NHS, this sinking ship full of people who are not brain scanned, including some nurses and doctors who are saints, and some nurses and doctors who kill newborn babies and murder hundreds of old ladies and yeah. So, what's my advice? Fuck the NHS. Fuck the NHS. From my experience, the NHS stands for no help, sorry. Right? Local GP, what does GP stand for? Go private. Right? Why are we paying fucking billions for a sinking ship with 7 million people waiting to get on it? With these these sociopaths fucking nipping backwards and forwards, playing both camps, right? Why don't we just get rid of the fucking NHS and it'll all go private? We no longer have to pay for this fucking sinking ship and all the people on it, right? The 7 million people will go, all right, fair enough. What do you have to do then? All right, a monthly fee. And all these wee fucking clinics will open up all over the fucking country, yeah, and you can vote with your feet. If you don't like that cunt, go there, yeah? And the most important thing would be brain scan them, right? Only go to a surgeon where you know for a fact the front of their brain works. They're going to cut you open and put your arse in the bin, right? So, and wait for it, if I was a surgeon, do you think I would charge old ladies literally, what, £30,000 for putting their arse in the bin? I repeat, I would genuinely do it for free. End of. A specialist. So, in a nutcake, I'm quietly confident loads and loads and loads of human surgeons would say, all right, I'm going to do maybe like 4% operations on people who are absolutely fucking skint and do the operations for free, and everybody else, what would you have to pay if we got rid of the fucking NHS? What, £25 a month? Right? So no tax coming out your pocket to go to the fucking NHS. You could afford to go private. Fuck the NHS. Fuck your local GP. Go private. They are bleeding you dry. Because money is the root of all evil. Remember, I started at the bottom. Is a parrot human? It can speak English, you know, it can do things that we can't do, it can fucking fly. In fact, it lives longer than the average person. However, it can speak English and its brain is less than the size of my pinky nail. Is a parrot human? Is it fuck? Right? Sociopaths are not fucking human. They can talk English, they can talk many languages. However, they're not fucking human, right? A parrot's not human, a sociopath's not human, and when you see their brain scan, you go, fuck me, they've got a fucking tiny wee brain. A parrot's not human, sociopath's not human. A thing I noticed about pigeons is, I was looking at a roof, and all the pigeons were trying to get one up on each other, right? And there's these old-fashioned television aerials. There's always one that gets up there. And I noticed about monkeys, you know, there are ones on the ground, like you and me, and obviously all the way up the fucking tree are these monkeys, and there's one at the very fucking top. They're all fucking bird-brained. Sociopaths are bird-brained, right? One up. They're fucking obsessed with one-upmanship. Now, I was sitting on a couch, and this dog came up to me, and it obviously wasn't tall enough to get above me in any way, so it did that with its paw. And tried to put its paw above my head, right? So, what I'm saying is, all these creatures don't have a human perception of reality. To them, it's all about power. Yeah, one-upmanship. Yeah. And worse, when it's in the human brain, fuck me, it's turned towards evil. You can see that in some monkeys, some fucking evil motherfucking monkeys. Without power, right? Fuck power, it's for retards. What do you develop? Compassion, the meaning of life. Whereas they want to waddle off, winning, having carried out an act of evil and got off on it and proven to themselves they're superior and awake and you're asleep and you deserved it, had it coming, brought yourself and were asking for it, heading for their next fall from grace, which they'll be punished for slowly yet surely, and they'll take that out on you. And this is the fucking downward spiral our species is on, because we no longer kill sociopaths and we don't yet launch the fucking cunts with a simple, obvious solution I've given you. Now, even though you've just seen the sociopath brain versus the human brain, arseholes will say,
Erol's a conspiracy theorist. Everything he says is a conspiracy theory.
However, I simply work out their theories against you, and this video is all about exposing what sociopaths are up to from top to bottom of the Turd of Babel. But they want you to be a coincidence theorist. Again and again and again. Again! People conspire against each other in every arena of life, right? For example, I'm going to give you the best example of a fucking conspiracy theory. Afterwards, you'll say to yourself, oh aye,
See when people say, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist or whatever, I'll never fall for that shite ever again.
Right? You ready? Football. Football. Football is two conspiracy theories taking place simultaneously in broad fucking daylight, right? Every fucking weekend. For example, behind the scenes, this manager has his team and he's got a video on. And he's saying, right, that's their strongest player, right? So we want 3 around him at all times or thereabouts. And that's their weakest player, 2 around him at least, and then that's their second weakest player. Now their defenders are all strong as fuck, right? So when we get up to them, don't bother trying to pass through the eye of a fucking needle. You know, fucking take an arsehole winder, 25-yarder, you know, and everybody would expect this and expect maybe there's going to be a rebound and try and go in for the rebound. Now, you are the moocher, right? You just mooch all the fucking time. So, and he passes this on, that's his theory. They're all conspiring, right, against what this is. They want to achieve their goal, right? They all agree on it. This is the theory. They've all conspired, agreed on, and then they go out onto the field. Meanwhile, the other fucking team, their manager has said,
Aye, okay, that's their strongest player, that's their weakest player, right, all around him, right, fucking target that prick, and I think their defence is pish, so just walk through the fuckers. Never mind taking arsehole winders and I'll hit the crossbar and, you know, might go and have somebody's arse. However, blah, 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 blah.
Whatever they agree on, right? They have conspired against the other fucking team. They have agreed on a theory, and then they, in broad daylight, while the 2 managers are there, 11 millionaires and another 11 millionaires carry out the theories they have all conspired, which they've all agreed on, believe will come to pass. They will achieve their goal. Right? Yeah? Every fucking weekend you can see 2 conspiracy theories live for at least an hour and a half. Yeah? All over every fucking country. Yeah?
Errol's a conspiracy theorist. Everything he says is a conspiracy theory.
I work out their theories that they're conspiring against you to achieve their goals, which are fucking evil, right? If you watch this whole video, you'll go,
Fuck me. Fuck me.
hopefully. You have the simple, obvious solution though. Business. Businesses conspire against each other all the fucking time. In every fucking boardroom, these motherfuckers are against this other motherfucker who are making similar products, and they say,
We will get our advert out before these fuckers because they're selling the same shit as us and all these dafties are buying it. So what we'll do is we'll get our advert out in 3 weeks because I've got a spy working in their building and they're getting their fucking advert out in 4 weeks. If we get our advert out in 3 weeks...
what I'm saying is, in every arena of life, people conspire against each other, right? However, the most fucking evil bastards ever shat into creation hope that you're groomed and programmed into going back to fucking sleep if they say,
Erol's a conspiracy theorist.
right? A man loses his wife and is grieving. Remember I started at the bottom. A man loses his wife and he's fucking grieving, right? To a sociopath, that's a red rag to their bill. He goes to the doctor, who's a fucking unbrain-scanned quack, right?
and says, I've lost my wife, I feel fucking dreadful. It's just me and the daughter now.
It's just me and the daughter now, right? Now, the evil doctor...
There's no such thing as an evil doctor. That's a conspiracy theory.
So, the evil doctor says, right, okay, I couldn't possibly conspire with another member of the establishment, so basically I think you need to see a psychiatrist.
Well, I think, okay, that's a good idea because, I have been grieving quite badly and,
Yes, and I'll speak to the psychiatrist. I think they'll probably put you on antidepressants.
Well, maybe that'll be a good thing for me and the daughter.
So, He goes to the fucking psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist, before he gets there, has been phoned by the quack. Got another one coming to you. Thank you. Right? Seems impossible. Bullshit. May seem impossible, may seem a conspiracy theory, but it happens all the fucking time. These bastards conspire against adult moral human beings to take their fucking kids off them. Wait for it. He goes to the psychiatrist, right? And the psychiatrist says, I think you've got the mental of the health, which is the problem, or the spastics get it. So he's then told, whilst grieving for his fucking wife, you know, a single man with this beautiful wee daughter he's got, and he just wants to try and get healthy again so he can raise her alone. And all this psychiatrist wants to do is put him on fucking drugs and make his life worse, prey on him whilst he's at his fucking lowest. Could this motherfucker be thinking to herself, I want pretend against Jimmy. I still want pretend against Jimmy. And all those who have an adult moral conscience. Don't forget, that doctor and that fucking psychiatrist have no doubt been dumped in their life by men who've said to them,
Get yourself to fuck, you cow. You're a fucking bad bastard.
for life, these hypersensitive hypocrites, these butthurt looping, want pretend from the cradle to the grave. So, she puts him on fucking drugs, right? However, she tells him, I think we need to have like a social worker make sure your daughter's okay.
Well, fair enough, yeah. I've absolutely no clue about social workers. So, basically, yes, I'm happy for that to happen, you know. I do my best to raise my daughter, and I hope these drugs you're giving me will make me even happier so I can, basically be an even better father to her.
So the social worker shows up. Hi there. I'm a very special, very, very caring spastic. I'm a trustworthy, trusted member of society, taking my huge wage from the public purse, an insolent, virtualist piece of fucking garbage. Could you let me in, please, so I can scrutinise your house and try and find an excuse to take your kids off you?
I've only got one kid.
Sorry, kid. Now, as hard as that might be to believe, that happens all the fucking time. The first 10 pages of Google is bullshit. All these fucking sociopath monkeys typing.
We care about children. We only take them off their parents because we care. We care about children.
Right? See if you actually look for a good length of time, you will find parents from all over the fucking country in various stages of moral outrage, sadness, in denial, blaming themselves, all this kind of stuff, and some parents who even I would say, all right, fair enough, they need help. What I'm saying though is, fucking tons of them that I just didn't have enough time. The fucking page from all these different sites I found, they were fucking enormous. Children are being taken off their parents all the fucking time, and you might not be able to believe it's a conspiracy, even though you can see it every weekend. Two teams conspiring against each other, called football, in broad daylight every weekend all over the fucking country. Businesses do it against each other. A doctor, a psychiatrist, and a social worker working in tandem, conspiring to bring an innocent good man down. Now, why would they do that? You could say, well, they're involved as a system and there's a quota. You could say that, or it could be much darker, and I will cover it. So, in his house, she points out, I noticed that crease on your daughter's skirt.
Oh, sorry, no, I ironed her dress this morning, and she's been sitting about, and so it's just...
Sitting about?
Yeah, I do take her out for walks and that sort, but she's been sitting about for the last hour.
I noticed that stain on your coffee table.
Oh, yeah, I just had a coffee. I didn't realise, that's a coffee ring from where the cup was sitting.
Okay, that's enough now. I'll see you later. So, before long, they show up at his door and tell him they're taking his kid off him, right? That happens all the fucking time, all over the shop, and nobody is doing anything about it, right? Right? So, people are being told all over the country, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you've got the mental of the health, which is the problem, or the spastics get it. People are being told all over the country, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you've got the mental of the health, which is the problem, or the spastics get it. They want to be in charge. They want to be, yeah, in control, yeah. They recognise their own, and they're starting to believe they have created the spastic society, yeah? This fucking pyramid at the very, very bottom of what I'll show you, from the top to the bottom of the Turd of Babel, that you're paying for, right? These motherfuckers genuinely think this is brilliant. We're in control, and I think we should just continue carrying out as many acts of evil as we possibly can against the most adult, moral human beings. They get off on it, they get pretension, they get paid by you. So when he has his daughter taken off him, what can he fucking do? This man who's grieving, suicidal, on drugs, and has been told he's off his fucking head, right? And, well, what can he do? Well, what law is he allowed? You know, what is he allowed to write an email to get his daughter back?
Oh, I'll write an email to go to tribunal. I think this social worker has taken my kid off me and I want her back.
In a nutshell, so the social worker has antisocial personality disorder, an antisocial social worker. Hiding in plain view, no brain scan. These motherfuckers are all over the shop doing exactly what I'm telling you. So he takes her to tribunal, right? And the tribunal, behind the scenes, what do? They conspire. So there's 3 sociopaths who meet each other behind the scenes. They gravitate towards what?
Power.
That's what with their completely prefrontally void brain, their bird-brained perception of reality, void of compassion, etc., 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 is power, which they abuse, right? And hopefully in their pea-sized brain, they hope to get away with it. They've calculated they can get away with it, and they want to destroy you and get pretension. Again, it's existential envy at its core as well, which is a compliment when you think it through. Point being, so behind the scenes, when the 3 members of the tribunal, the trusted members of society with no brain pass, right? When they meet each other, they recognise their own. So when they meet each other, the first one says, I'm spasticus. The second one goes, I'm spasticus. The third one says, I'm spasticus. Right? 3 sociopaths who all recognise each other and conspire against a man who's near to killing himself on needless drugs, with his daughter taken off him and his wife in a fucking 6-foot grave. What do? Well, the social worker, since the tribunal, since she learned she was going to tribunal, she stopped taking kids off people. Her token gestures, right? So when she's in front of the tribunal, she recognises her own, she realises, well, it doesn't matter a fuck. However, she's on record. And sociopaths have got to the stage now in society where they think, even though it's on record, nothing's going to happen. Because the average person is too busy sitting in the house watching tell-lie vision, eating gruel, doing as they're told, impotent, fast asleep, and they believe they're superior to you, when your ancestors would have already dragged them all to the nearest fucking river or watched them bouncing down the road off the tail of a fucking horse. I'm saying the simple, obvious solution though. Right? It's more moral. By countrymen. So, at the tribunal, yeah?
I'm spastic. Yes, as a very caring, time-served member of the tribunal, I would like to hear what the social worker, the official, not antisocial, social worker, this long-stand caring woman, I would like to hear what she says first, if you don't mind.
I took his kids off him because her dress was a disgrace. It was covered in creases. It had clearly not been fucking ironed in weeks. And the coffee table was completely covered in garbage and trash. The whole house was a disgrace. And he admitted he hadn't taken her out for weeks.
Well, I think that's fucking terrible. I mean, well, fair enough. I would like to hear what you've got to say, father of the deceased and the ex-daughter, hopefully.
Well, I've come to the conclusion that the social worker is a sociopath who's actually conspiring against me with all the people from, like, doctor, psychiatrist, her whole fucking team, and now you lot, and I'm now on fucking drugs. And the thing is, no, everything she said is a gross exaggeration. She wants to take and keep my daughter off me. She is a token gesture. That she's no doubt been making, where she's not taking anybody else's kids off since she knew this tribunal was happening. Yeah, she's taking my daughter off me and I want her back.
Oh, as a member of this tribunal, I think this tribunal's over. I think we need to go backstage here and come to our conclusion. Please, sir.
So they go backstage, right? And the three of them, I'm Spasticus, I'm Spasticus, Mom will suck each other's cocks, right? After they finish sucking each other's cocks, they come out.
And listen, we've all come to the conclusion that this long-suffering, time-served social worker, sociopath, she's not taking kids off MD since she heard about the tribunal hearing. So basically, I think you've got the mental of the health, which is the problem with the spastics get it. So my conclusion is, we're going to keep your daughter, and there's nothing wrong with this lady here who's a trusted, trustworthy member of the community.
Your turn. My turn. Your turn. Oh fuck aye. Sorry, I've got cum in the back of my throat. Basically, yes, what was it we agreed on? What did we conspire behind the scenes?
For fuck's sake, I said...
Alright, aye. No, get the fuck. Yeah, we're keeping your kid. And the social worker, nothing wrong with her. Brilliant woman. Fantastic woman. You're a bad man. You are what I am. Yeah? And the third judge.
Having given it very careful consideration, I think this social worker, which is your last chance to get your daughter back if she's proven to be an evil bastard, basically, this wonderful member of the community, I think she's a fantastic lady who I wouldn't piss on if she was on fire. I mean, even though you're probably going to commit suicide now, I'm okay with that. I don't have a moral conscience. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. I'm Spasticus. Right? That's it. And now you can find websites, if you look past the first 10 or even 100 pages of Google, typed by fucking monkeys, yeah? It's all bullshit, right? If you actually go and try and find these poor motherfuckers, man, who've lost their kids, right? There are some who are in a hellish way who should be really, really helped. However, a significantly high percentage of them are in various states of denial and outrage, hellish sorrow, blaming themselves, all this kind of shit, right? And it's happening all the fucking time in every fucking council. It's all gone officially pretend proven. It's all gone officially pretend proven with these fucking evil bastards who have fuck all happening at the front of their brain. They're all in on it together, right? You can come up with your own conclusion. Is it because they have to fucking meet a quota? Is it just because they enjoy it for sexual pleasure, right? Delusions of grandeur. You can come up with your own conclusions, however, it's all gone officially pretend proven. They can decide officially what reality is. They can also dictate morality to you, right? These evil bastards. They're a nest of vipers. And most of them do want you to become morally outraged, as I've said before. Yeah? They get off on it. Yeah? Oh, there's one that's awake. And there's nothing you can do about it. If you do something about it, what will happen to you? Well, the same guy, instead of killing the sociopaths as your ancestors would have done, right? And going to wherever his daughter is and rescuing her, yeah? And stopping taking the needless medication. Instead, he goes home and types the truth about them on Jailbook, Facecrook, call it what you will. And in a very short period of time, doof, 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 this man who's near suicide, right? Who's been put through the fucking mill, he's now suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder if he has been morally outraged, right? Yeah? Opens the door.
We're the police force.
Right? The police force. Now, what do the police force have stamped on their forehead in Scotland? It's quite important. The Freemasonic symbol they're obsessed with. If you go into a Masonic lodge, when you walk in, it looks like a chessboard. It's black and white checks, right? To them in their pea-sized brains, because most people are asleep, they believe they're superior to you intellectually, these pathological liars. And they want you to know they're in charge, right? Again, they've calculated they can get away with it. And so they've actually put their official stamp, the Freemasons, on the forehead of the police force, who are evil retards. Most policemen that I've encountered are fucking evil scum, right? The scum of the fucking earth. They show up at his door. They know these bastards have a file on everybody, including you, right? Information's power in their pea-sized brains. So they know everything he's suffered from. They don't give a fuck though, really, because they're void of compassion, feeling, love, moral conscience, blah, 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 blah. When they show up at his door, they know he's an adult, moral human being, and he must be suffering like a motherfucker. They're not adult, moral human beings. To them, he's Jimmy. Yeah. So,
We're here because you typed the truth on face pants. We're here to fucking arrest you.
do you know, it's illegal in this country. If someone's a convicted paedophile and you type on the internet, if you say their name in typing, if you type the name of the paedophile and say, down with that sort of a thing, you'll be taken away to the gulag. Now here's the thing, the average paedophile gets let out in 4 months. If you type about them in face pants, you could get a couple of years. Funny that. Even though 98% of paedophiles, remember, all sex offenders reoffend, 98% of paedophiles reoffend, abuse children again. Yeah? Now, I wonder if judges could be in on that. I wonder, yeah? And most judges are Freemasons, really important point, unbrain scanned, yeah? So the father gets to court after he's dragged there for typing the truth about what's happened to him and naming them and shaming them, even though they don't experience shame. They just don't, they don't want to be exposed and they want pretend and all the rest of it. These insolent, virtuous pieces of garbage whose wages you're paying. Right? What I'm saying is, when he gets dragged to court, what does he find? Right? A 3-year-old sitting in a fucking high chair with a rattle. Some people call the gavel. 3-year-old sitting in a fucking high chair, right? In fancy dress, a wig and a Batman cape, right? This fucking struggling, long-suffering man, everything he's been through with these pieces of fucking shit, finds the conspiracy, goes all the way to the top. Now, remember I started at the bottom. I'm still quite near the bottom, right? So, in the kangaroo court, he discovers to his fucking horror that when he's waiting for his case to be heard, you are what we are. You're going to the gulag. You are what we are. You're going to the gulag. You are what we are. And all these innocent men, one after the other, oh, I'm not a bad person. No, I didn't do that. Yes, I did, but I'm not a bad person. Gulag! Right? and he knows he's up next. And his crime of typing about a system he has worked out who are conspiring against him, like football teams do all over the country every weekend, and businesses. So the point is, he knows they're all in this pyramid of insolent vermin, right, at the bottom of the turd of Babel, right? You're at the very, we're still at the very bottom, but this is the top of the very bottom, you might think. So when he's in the kangaroo court, what do? The so-called fucking prosecutor or solicitor, whatever the fuck you want to call them, right? They say, you're a bad man, right? That's what they're saying. They're fucking obsessed with saying, you are what I am. This is baby's formula. And wouldn't it be great though, if he had a jury? But no. Most cases now are heard without a jury. But the thing is, the average jury, most of the time they're sitting watching television, and if he was to say, I'm being conspired against by social workers, doctors, psychiatrists, fucking tribunals, police, this whole fucking court is in it, they're all sociopaths, they've took my door off me and I'm about to kill myself. All the jury would, most people in the jury would just think, I would like to eat more crisps. Right, so there is no jury anyway. And so, the prosecutor, solicitors, fucking judge, whatever, they try and make out he's a bad man for having typed the truth about evil fucking bastards who've taken his kids off, well, one kid. Yeah? And he then, guilty, because they've ratified it into law. Every fucking day, new rules, new laws, new acts are written by these sociopathic fucking monkeys to send innocent, moral, adult human beings to the fucking gulag, right? They are, to them, you're a fucking sausage. They hope you get morally outraged so they can get off on it, and if you don't, well, you're just another sausage on the production line to the sausage factory. Which is a system that makes tons of fucking money. Men are crammed up to the fucking ceiling in these wee fucking places, and loads of them are in there for fuck all. Well, the paedophiles are getting out after 4 months. Yeah? To sin again! If you do get morally outraged, right? They feel that they've traded places with you, these magical thinking fucking retards. They think transference has taken place. I repeat, they are butt-hurt looping, hypersensitive hypocrites, right? These megalomaniacs or egomaniacs. And so, you know, they can be slighted by the slightest of things, and they actually want to fucking kill people. Anyone who slights them, even slightly, they want to kill them. So they want to make you choose to feel like killing them, like your ancestors used to do, right? And I'm just saying, there's a simple, obvious solution to all this shite, and we're still at the bottom. So, if you are morally outraged, I'm advising not to be, because there is a moral, simple, obvious solution. However, if you, in front of them, if you do get morally outraged, and I repeat, they believe, yes, brilliant, because I felt like killing someone earlier today, now he feels like killing me, I've traded places with him, transference has magically taken place, I'm an energy vampire, extracting energy from him, I'm fucking destroying the nerves in his prefrontal cortex that doesn't function in mine, I'm bringing him fucking down, I'm a powerful motherfucker. Combo! So, courts are a creche. So instead of watching the tell-lie vision, go to court, right? It's completely free, you're paying for it, walk into fucking court and sit in the gallery and just watch it for yourself. You're a bad person, sausage to the sausage factory. You're a bad person, sausage to the sausage factory. You are what I am, sausage to the sausage factory. It's absolute bullshit. There's a wee fucking team of scumbags, man. So, and they're all on hundreds of fucking thousands of pounds, these insolent, virtualist pieces of fucking garbage who can be relied upon to be agents of evil. But those above them, we're still at the bottom. So, I'm saying to you, replace them all of them. And I've not even got above the fucking first level, really, of the shite in your system that you're paying for, right? Above whom are Freemasons, right? I repeat, a lot of these fucking scumbags are Freemasons. I'll get to the very top of the turd of Babel, don't worry. And so, you can replace them with a simple, obvious solution without prefrontal brain function. They're not trustworthy, right? They are provably evil bastards, and they're all conspiring against you and your family, and shit is going to happen, and it's already happening, and when it happens you'll go,
I wish the fuck I'd implemented the simple obvious solution, even maybe standing for like a local politician myself, getting the votes and implementing moral law.
before it's too late, spread the motherfucking word. fMRI brain scans.
Normal brain, sociopath brain. Evil, bastard, untrustworthy.
When we replace them, empaths will devolve power. To an empath's brain, power, it's like, it doesn't fucking exist, you know. It's like, what? You know. And so, you know, we will devolve, we'll completely dismantle the system of all these fucking scumbags preying on the people paying their fucking wages, you know, who are mantling what we'll dismantle. Right? And so, you'll realise when we replace them, what the fuck? We don't need that. The office, the Ministry for Funny Walks, get them to fuck, you know. And you will save tons of money. The root of all evil. Now that's the low-hanging fruit out of the way, right? Rotten to the core. Bottom feeders. And you're beneath them, to them. So, we're now above the pyramid of your culture at the bottom of the turd of Babel. All the creatures, all the sociopaths I will expose in this video, right? None of them understand or understood or were taught to understand weightlifting, right? When you take the strain, when you're weightlifting, that's when you're becoming stronger. Of course, you have to then recover. And then when you've recovered, oh, I got stronger. And the reason I got stronger is due to when I was taking the strain. Yeah. So that's how you grow your brain. Take the strain, as I've said earlier, grow your brain. Or remain a high-functioning retard. They can drive a car. So you might think to yourself, well, they can drive a car. Surely they are human. I've seen monkeys drive a car, run a fucking circus ring, right?
They can fly an aeroplane.
I've met monkeys who fucking can fly airplanes in person, right? Flying an airplane, right? You're 250,000 times more likely to die in a car than on an airplane because it's fucking pish easy to fly an airplane. Autopilot. How many times have you been on an airplane and whilst it's flying, the pilot leaves the fucking cockpit and walks amongst you, right?
Thank you, pilot, for the fantastic job you're doing. Yes, I am doing a fantastic job while walking down the gangplank.
He's pressed a button. I've met 2 pilots who were, hoo-hoo, right? Now, I know that when they land the plane,
Well, that is a wee bit difficult.
you know, however, it is just, sociopaths have a lot of them, the high functioning ones, have a good memory and high IQ, right? So they can drive a car, fly a fucking airplane, and the thing is though, they're a retard.
How can you say that about pilots? They're the greatest people in the air.
No, I've met them, right? I know a couple, they are evil retards. Yeah? They will make token gestures, these sociopaths though, as you know. And so,
I made these token gestures, so behind it all, I've proven I'm a good man.
yeah? They make token gestures, but their brain scan gives them away. And your brain scan proves whether you're a good person or a bad person. Fact.
I'll feel scared next time I'm on a plane now.
Don't, because, I repeat, you're 250,000 times more likely to survive than in a car. Death traps. Tax. What is tax?
I don't know.
Tax is theft, right? Right? Income tax is income theft. Value added tax, VAT, is actually value added theft, right? You are being robbed by these fucking evil bastards needlessly. Did I say bastards? And the point is this, you don't need to pay tax.
How will we have all the brilliant things that we enjoy in culture, like the NHS?
Like what? What the fuck is it you actually get for your tax? If you could say, oh, we need the roads, right, to drive our death traps. Well, you're paying road tax, road theft. But you could say, well, it is spent on the roads. But however, how many people complain about the state of the roads all the fucking time? Yeah, you're all paying road tax. Never mind. The point is this. You don't need to and shouldn't be paying tax. It's theft. Fact. When you replace them, if you follow this entire video, you'll realise, fuck me, we can replace them and make our lives fucking phenomenal, right? And there'll be peace and love, fairness, justice, and those cunts, we can keep them in their fucking mansions, you know, and we don't have to take them to rivers. What will unfold, what will blossom, will blow your fucking mind. The average person sits on a chair in front of the television eating fucking gruel, right? Paying huge volumes of tax, right? Council tax, all these different types of tax on every single thing that they fucking do. It's theft. Every single thing they do, and they're paid fucking peanuts, right? And they're eating gruel, right? Most people, I know, if you actually look at the food that they're eating, if you look at the ingredients, it's shite. I don't know anybody who, after they eat what they've eaten, whatever they can afford, after they've been robbed with a value-added robbery, theft, basically, I don't know anybody who, when they eat that fucking gruel out of the fucking microwave, ping! I don't know one person who says after the meal,
That was one of the best meals I've ever had in my fucking life. That was fucking sensational.
right? So the average person's eating fucking gruel, being robbed blind, in their chair, being lied to pathologically by scumbags on the television who dictate reality to you and dictate morality to you. Attention whores, right? The whores of Babylon. And it's not enough. Every one of these cunts in this fucking pyramid, and we're still just above the bottom, don't worry. Every one of these fucking cunts wants to drain you. It's not enough. They're insolent, virtuous pieces of fucking garbage, yeah? And so, who would want all this fucking shite preying on you, yeah? Well, the ones at the fucking top are not going to give them any of their money, right? So it's got to come out of your pocket. Who would want agents of evil, extensions of evil? Well, it's an obvious answer. So we know that those who don't develop beyond 3 are mega low maniacs, and your ancestors would be turning in their graves, right, about to strike oil, at what you're being subject to, right? Because it's now all over the fucking shop. And I repeat, I've given you the simple, obvious solution. Hopefully they stop turning in their graves now when you run with this. So, if all you live for is to make your ventral tegmental reward centre light up like a Christmas tree, the sexual pleasure you get from carrying out an act of evil and hoping to have a negative effect on people and having an adverse effect in their life and maybe hopefully destroy them, maybe kill them, make them commit suicide, whatever the fuck it is. When this is happening, when they light up like a Christmas tree in this otherwise fucking dormant numbskull, they're a junkie wanker. Right? All sociopaths are junkie wankers, right? Male or female, on all of this fucking pyramid I've outlined for you, right? They're all junkie wankers. They're the scum of the fucking earth. And it's no coincidence that they all have low MAOA neurochemicals in their brain, right? And so if you, like in North America, in like the maximum security prisons, where there's guys in there who freely admit,
Yeah, I've killed quite a few little girls and cut them up and then eaten them.
right? When their brains were tested, over 90% of them had negligible levels of MAO neurochemicals. However, when they're killing someone, when they're committing an act of evil of any kind, whether it's extreme as that or just like screaming in your face for no reason, you know, whatever it is, it makes this otherwise dormant fucking brain, right? It kind of brings them to some kind of like delusion of life. Your wee Jimmy, surrounded by the scum of the earth. So we know that no matter how high their IQ, they can trick many people, but not an fMRI brain scan.
You're welcome.
They compare to you like a piranha compares to a dolphin. So basically, all of them, you know, since the days of wee Jimmy, right? All of them, you know, when they're dumped by their superiors from wee Jimmy, right? Their boyfriends, girlfriend, whoever goes, you're an evil cunt, get to fuck. So, whoever's fucking dumped these hypocrites throughout the course of their fucking life, like I say, you know, people who wanted peace, right? Their reaction to this is,
You hurt my feeling.
it's all there, right? We're at the very bottom still. We're just above the very bottom, don't worry. And basically, that's it in a nutshell, you know.
You hurt my feeling.
So adult moral human beings who want fuck all to do with scumbags, right? They've all had this experience because they won't stop being scumbags. Yeah? And your ancestors got rid of them. And I've taught you how to get rid of them all. Let's move on. Those above them and those below study us, right? As they're fuck all like us. And the ones at the very, very top, you'll be glad I'm approaching those ones. They are remarkably evil, right? And I'll expose them. But what I'm saying is though, they all see themselves as being energy vampires, all of them really. And you do have a prefrontal cortex that functions where your conscience is, right? And so, as I mentioned earlier, you know, if they can cause that to be drained, you know, because if you come under stress, then the nerves there, they break down, you can have a nervous breakdown. And basically, they kind of want you to have that, right?
That's your gift to you.
So, they all want to kind of cause you post-traumatic stress disorder. And basically, they want you to have a negative emotional reaction validating egomaniacs shite. Right? And when you're in your fucking house eating your grill, being preyed on in fucking countless ways you might not even realise, it's still not enough. It's never enough. And there's more and more of these fucking pieces of shite every fucking day, writing new rules, laws and acts to make your life even fucking worse. It's not enough. So at the very, very top, they use these agents of evil, these extensions of their evil, because they can rely upon them to keep you the motherfucker down, right? And it's never enough. They will just make your life fucking worse and worse and worse and worse. Your ancestors would take them to the nearest river for 1% of what they're doing, less than 1% of what they're fucking all doing now. I'm just a witness, right? I've got to the age where I'm now in my 6th decade of life. And, you know, when I was a kid, as I've said, you know, like, yeah, every kid sins, you know, and, you know, if you have a moral conscience, you feel guilty about that for the rest of your life, and you grow. And I thought to myself, what if I actually never atone for mistakes I made when I was a kid, choices I made, yeah? What if I never atone for that? What if I never ascend to divinity, you know, my punishment is to be returned, or, you know, oh, fuck that, right? And I thought to myself, I've thought that off and on my entire life. And so, eventually, the older you get, you realise, as I've said, you're actually just a witness. And when you get to that stage where you're just a witness, even when some evil wee cunt comes up to you and does its level best to predictably try and give you a hard time, have an adverse effect on your life, take your car off you, whatever. The point is, I repeat, you're just witnessing an evil bastard on its way to hell. And I have no reaction about that. I don't have any negative emotional reaction validating egomaniac shite. You know, it's no difficulty to me. You know, it's just, I'm just witnessing it. You know, it's so fucking predictable, you know. And like I say, I've had countless people commit sins which I've witnessed, you know, and they you know, hoped to bring me down and all this kind of a shit. You know, it's just all too predictable. And I know when I reached the stage where it was like absolutely no bother, like, you know, to see evil and have no reaction, I realised I'm so fucking different from them. I know where I'm going, you know. Yeah, I'm already at a great distance, you know, from that fucking shite down there. And so, I know where I'm going. And so all those kind of doubts I had are gone, you know. And so, and also I would add that the most evil people I've ever met, and I've met some motherfuckers, the point is, when you recover, when I used to like really study hard or have maybe some reaction to it or what have you, when I went through that process, I realised, fuck me, that was actually a gift, because it made me a better person, you know. It is like looking at yourself through a glass darkly, and it can make you a better person because you can go, fuck me, I'm a wee bit like that. You know, just a wee bit, you know, and you think, I'm going to make sure I'm not even a wee bit like that. So you can actually, that can help you become an even better person. And although I'm not saying do this, right, because they're so superficial, their amygdala, it's so fucking superficial, they're superficial, right? You can actually devastate them if there's one of them in your life. You can just say to them, you're fucking ugly. If you tell them they're ugly, just that. But they're so superficial that
Hurts their feeling.
right? If you say, you're as ugly as sin, which is a fact, they are as ugly as sin. Even the best looking males and females, you know, superficially, that I've ever seen, when they prove to be a sociopath, they're so fucking ugly. They're so fucking ugly, you know. If you say to them, you're tasteless and stupid, you're congenitally stupid, right? And you chose not to develop, you wee stupid bastard. They're like the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting! Right? I'm not saying do that. I'm saying, fuck them. You're just a witness. You know, get to that stage if you're not already there. Another thing I noticed when I innocently said this to a few of them, right? I said, every single person at some juncture through the course of every week of their life squats over a basin with a cobra of shite swinging from their arsehole over a pool of their own dirty water. Now that's just an obvious fact, right? But if you say that to a narcissist, they're like, they see themselves as a supreme being. They've not developed beyond infancy. They're magical thinkers. Those behind all this crap program you through the television. They actually even call it television programs. They believe you're programmed. And again, that makes them feel they're superior to you. And they've programmed you to believe that violence makes you a
Bad person. You are, but I am.
even if you were to write on a piece of cardboard, hang all evil people, hang all evil people, they will imprison you. Gulag.
That's violence.
St. Malcolm X said, when it's self-defense, I don't call it violence. I call it intelligence. That's exactly how he sounded. They rather violently riddled him with bullets for saying that.
You're a bad person.
Freemasons, we have gone up slightly, run the prison system, right? It's a growing business. What did Constantine the Great do? When he was ascending into his greatness, he realised those running society were people who are not fit to sweep the streets. And he called them pagans, which back then meant peasants. And so when he got up there, the first thing he did was kill them all. And anybody could find a sociopath, he fucking killed them. However, as I said, like the lactose intolerant people who have nothing against lactose intolerant people, I'm just saying, see when you kill them, the next generation, more shite appears. And what I'm saying is, however, he also said, listen, I think usury is evil. And so I'm going to get rid of these wee fucking street sweepers, kill as many as I fucking can, everywhere I can fucking find them, right? And ban usury, right? From his rule. And women must not be workers anymore. They must go home, look after their own kids, and the men can be the slaves. And Byzantium lasted for 1,000 years until usury crept back in, right? And women were then groomed to leave the house again. And then fatherless children, and then kangaroo courts and gulag. Goodbye, Byzantium. Freemasons slither their way into every culture and destroy it. One of the most moral men of all time took a bullwhip to people in the synagogue for usury, right? Yehoshua of Nazareth, people call him Jesus Christ. Why? Because Constantine the Great took the story of Yehoshua of Nazareth and decided to try and appease the Europeans, especially the Greeks and the Asians. And so he decided, well, who's the god of the Greeks? Zeus, at that time, Jesus, and we'll use Krishna. So we'll change Yehoshua of Nazareth to Jesus Krishna, and that appeased everybody. And then his teachings united the empire. Or, well, not so much an empire, he was just trying to have a kind of moral community, society. However, the point is, Yehoshua of Nazareth, famous for being one of the most moral and loving men of all time, took a bullwhip to sociopaths for their usury, which you can find on every town corner, called banks. Usury. A crime against humanity on every street corner. Telling impoverished people, you owe me for life. You owe me for life. Mortgage, for example. Debt till death. Mortgage, right? You owe me for life. Poor people, right? So, as you know, most people are eating gruel from the supermarket, right? Gruel. And if you've ever twisted an orange off an orange tree and realised, fuck me, fruit grows out of wood, right? Yeah? And there's a star up there we call the sun, and you're like, fuck me, this is a gift from divinity. When you go to a supermarket and have fruit, it's actually rotten. Yeah? Try it yourself. Trains. I like going on trains, right? However, and they're 6 times safer than going on a plane. However, I'm not a huge fan of going on trains these days because due to the television, people have been groomed to be narcissistic. So anytime I go on a train, it's wall-to-wall hatred. So I just want to kind of look out the window, but you can't look out the window all the fucking time, right? And so every time I turn, it's just sheer fucking hatred from these various different people, you know. For example, I turned and there was a woman there and she went, you know, I wasn't like trying to stare at her, fuck all. And there was a guy sat in front of me, a really quite rotund guy, and he couldn't actually sit. He was too overweight to actually sit, so he kind of just rolled about for the whole journey. And at one juncture, he started drawing me daggers. I thought, fuck, I'm just going to have to look out the window the whole fucking time. And so when he got off the train, he went on the platform and looked through the window at me, Liz. Fuck the train. But so anyway, the point is, when you're on the train and you look out the window, fields, field after field after field. Freemasons own those fields, which is why you haven't got a fucking house on them. Or we can't have green spaces, you know, with people, you know, having buildings on them. No cows, no fucking plants, no vegetables, no fruit, just fields. They don't want you on them, right? So you can see them from the train, if you look out the window. They don't want you on them. Instead, they want you, Freemasons want you, eating gruel, sitting in your wee chair, watching the television, right, with the fucking lying bastards on it, attention whores, right, all bullshitting you, and, you know, pretending they're the arbiters of reality, dictating morality to you, and what is disinformation, what is information, what is misinformation, and with official fact checkers debunking and so on, and that anything I say, that's a conspiracy theory. So these fucking pieces of shit, these Freemasons own all this land, right, these green spaces, and you're literally in a stable, right? And that's what they call it. For example, the local policeman is a constable. You're in a stable, most people are stacked up to the fucking sky in rabbit hutches, right? And eating gruel is still not enough. They want to get fucking worse towards you. I repeat, you can see all the fucking land they've got that you could easily have houses built there, build on, yeah? If you got rid of all these cocksuckers, you could literally have a fucking house with beautiful scenery. They could all be detached houses, yeah, you could raise your family, it'd be beautiful. However, it's not enough. Even though they've reduced you to what they've reduced you to do, right? It's going to get worse. Banks, right? When you ask for a loan, I used to think that they would dip other people's accounts and, you know, give you that money, and then you owe them that money. They actually phone the mint, and the mint prints out the money. Then they mark themselves down in their ledger and expand the imaginary economy. Their empire! With a system that I've covered, primed to hound you down and make you fucking slave to pay back this money they've printed out. You know, imagine printing out money with the printer you've got in your house, right? That's what they're doing, yeah? And if you don't pay it back, then, you know, they'll come and throw you into the fucking gulag. And they've made you so poor, though, you will go to them for usury, a crime against humanity. It's important to know that paedophiles groom their victims, right? Groom, slowly yet surely. Then pride themselves they're superior when they achieve their goal. Pride being one of the 7 deadly sins. Your gene pool has been groomed for generation after generation. They're tendrils. These Freemasons at the very fucking top and all the way fucking down, they're tendrils extending with each new generation. You ready?
It's my turn to prove to be evil.
Right? Each new generation and the scum at the very bottom I started with all want to prove to be evil and get away with it. Yeah? The further up you go, it's more and more obvious to them that's what they are doing to you. So, what did Bram Stoker, a low-level Freemason, say about their tendrils? He tried to inspire you with Van Helsing. He knew Freemasons, he fucking was one. He said, go to where they are and drive a fucking stake through their heart. Right? Now, I'm not saying do that. There's a more moral way, the simple, obvious solution, and you can get rid of them all, the ones that I'm going to fucking continue to expose as we get further and further up the turd of Babel. So you don't need to go to where they sleep in their coffin and, you know, as you have a living Christ who has given you the SOS.
That's quite convenient, the SOS. I don't even need to leave my fucking chair.
Unless you're on jury duty at the SOS, a witness. When you have proof that they're a sociopath, launch the cunts, right? Replace them. Since they're cold inside, they actually don't really feel the fear you would feel if you were lying like to an audience, you know, and if you were lying in public, you know, let alone doing it for sexual pleasure and to believe you're superior. So again, you can see how this kind of how it doesn't really develop, it mutates. So don't be fooled if they're good looking and calm in front of an audience, they're bold and fearless and have been lying pathologically their whole life and you need the fucking brain scan.
How many times is he going to say this?
As often as it takes.
These vampires can't see their own reflection. Then along comes a talking mirror who reflects these fucking evil egomaniacs, right? And burns them.
The awful light of truth. My fucking delusions of grandeur.
Fuck them. So, everything they've groomed you to believe, it's all bullshit. The first 10 to 100 pages on Google, right? The news,
This is official news.
it's all fucking bullshit. Then there's the moral law that never misses these evil fucking bastards, slowly yet surely. And what happens if you go along with these fucking evil bastards, they'll take it out on you, right? It's a fucking vicious cycle, it's a downward spiral. Let's get off it. We tower over Lilliputians. Brains that are so fucking tiny, you can't bring yourself to believe that someone could lie for fucking ages and ages and ages and ages and ages. A brain that you've seen that's so fucking tiny would have such delusions of grandeur and fearlessly do this for sexual pleasure, right? Gulliver is awake and erect. So we're now above the bottom.
He's a bully.
Let's move up a bit to politicians. Puppets. For example, Conservative or Labour. Conserve or Labour. That's your choice of puppets, right? What could that mean? Could it be hiding in plain view? Conserve or Labour. That's your choices. So, what does it mean? Well, all the Conservatives, right? All their friends are millionaires and their friends are billionaires. And they want to conserve that. So, what's Labour? Well, when they've fucking harvested as much money from you as possible, the Conservatives, then Labour go, vote for us and we will fucking make you labour like fuck. We will slave you even further and make you'll make more money and then the Conservatives will get back in and harvest it. So conserve and then work like fuck, then that's it. That's your choices. At the moment, yeah? They want to remain millionaires and billionaires. And all their friends and Labour are just to say to you, work as hard as fuck. Again, now we've taken all your money off you, right? So, then when you work as hard as fuck, they take all your money off you. It never fucking ends. It just gets worse and worse because there's more of these fucking pieces of shite every fucking generation and they're all conspiring against you. They're all in on it together.
He's a conspiracy theorist.
Football. I'm going to give you the second SOS. You ready? Represent yourself. The simple, obvious solution Mark II. Represent yourself. The answer, the solution, is in the fucking palm of your hand. Most motherfuckers have one of these, right? Really, really easy. Instead of having a politician, Conservative, Labour, pretending to be your representative, right? They don't fucking represent you. They're evil bastards. They're all fucking sociopaths. Most of them. You can do it all yourself, right? Every town has a fucking local politician. You can fucking replace them. If you brain scan them and get a decent motherfucker in there who's an empath, they'll say, yes, this is a fucking great idea. People representing themselves. right? It's really easy. Do you really need a parliament that's fucking how many miles away from your house? People making all these decisions, new rules, new laws, new acts, new theft, new crime, right? Blah, blah, blah. Do you really need all these fucking lying evil bastards pretending to represent you, destroying your life, ruining everything about your life, and getting worse and worse and worse? When the solution, the second simple obvious solution, is in the palm of your fucking hand, right? Imagine this, Wednesday, right? Oh, there's a question on my phone that's popped up. What would you like to vote about on Thursday? Right? Do you think you could handle that? For example, just type in anything you fucking want, right? And so you type in anything you fucking want, and everybody else does. So let's say 40 million people all get this on their phone. And they all type in what they would like to vote on the Thursday. So, I type in cap immigration. And so, on the Thursday, beep, beep, beep. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm getting into this. Let me see now. Fucking hell, I would like to cap immigration. Oh, it was me that said that. Oh, right, about 20 million other people said it. Okay, cap immigration, right? And, what number? Oh, fuck, aye, fair enough. That's 30,000 a year. Put that in. And everybody else puts their number in. And then the next day, oh, fuck me. Most people actually said 30,000. That's it, law, end of. Gee, you could manage that. What about this? The following week, on the Monday, beep, beep, beep. What would you like the question to be on Tuesday? Do you think you could type in another question? And do you think you could answer that question and actually ratifies, they would call it, moral law, right? Across the land. That could rid you of everything you fucking don't like. And you get these questions based upon what everybody actually wants to be asked, wants to vote on, decide on, specifics. In the end, do you really want to sit watching television when you could get asked, what, half a dozen questions per day based upon fucking questions you actually put in that you said you wouldn't mind actually answering? Yeah? And 40 million people all representing themselves. Using this simple obvious solution Mark II, get rid of their conserve or slave, steal, slave, steal, right? You get rid of these pieces of fucking shite with the first simple obvious solution, making sure your local politician has a fucking adult moral human brain, right? Which will then lead to you getting rid of that whole fucking institution, and then you can make it local government. You can get rid of your councils with their council theft, council tax, right? And so you can make every fucking decision you want, and it's completely democratic, if you want to call it that. The second simple obvious solution, you can get rid of all these fucking scumbags and the Freemasons behind them and what's above them at the top of the Turd of Babel, who all call themselves Freemasons. Gets worse. So there you go. I know there are certain pretend representatives at this moment in time who are sociopaths, and they unsurprisingly abuse their office, and they're looking for people like wee Jimmy to get pretend against for sexual pleasure and feelings of power, right? And they've calculated they can get away with it and all the rest of it. I repeat, when they ejaculate, I have the power, that's exactly how they feel. They are 3-year-olds to 5-year-olds, right, who haven't developed beyond infancy by repetitive deliberate choice, and who've been arrested by a moral law which punishes you, which is as real as gravity, invisible laws which act on everything you do, provably. Did he say provably? I have the power! So, you know, you must represent yourself. Surely you're mature enough to represent yourself. Surely. Or must Lilliputians continue to destroy your life? You know, here's the thing. Even before you implement the first SOS, every time an election comes up, these pieces of shite who pretend to represent you, they put a flyer through your door. Liars' flyers. And what proves that they're lying, evil bastards who just want power to abuse their positions, etc., etc., is if you keep it, right? And then when these cunts put their shit through your door again next year, if you compare them and think to yourself, well, hang on a second, this is what they said they would implement last time. And they've implemented fuck all of it. Fuck all. And then you look at this one and you think, all right, well, this is all bullshit. In fact, this is the exact opposite of what they're going to do. They are lying, evil retards, right? And worse. And so you keep holding that. And the next one comes in. Liars, flyers. And you think, well, fuck me. Yeah, that's the second time. And they've done fuck all. They've done none of it. And what they've actually written down is like maybe partially, maybe little bits and bobs of what I would like to have happen. Wasn't much of a riff, that was it. Here's the thing. So when you get rid of these dumb fucks and you start representing yourself, every single thing that you fucking want to have happen, all those people who also want the same, it will happen, yeah? And you're not a liar, and what you want to have happen will fucking happen. Is that better? So they're all conspiring against you, but what's their goal? What are they trying to achieve? Ask the Freemasons. What's their religion? Lucifer.
He's a conspiracy theorist. He's got the mental of the hells, but it's just the problem where the spastics get it. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Nobody would worship Lucifer.
People, like, billions of people on this planet believe in imaginary gods. I don't, right? I know for a fact that divinity exists and, you know, the same that gravity exists, morality exists, my right frontal lobe functions, it acts on everything. I know these things fucking exist, and that's where I'm going. The thing is though, all these motherfuckers who believe in these imaginary gods, billions of them, right? You know all their names. Here's the thing. How is it so hard to believe that there's fucking millions of people who worship Lucifer? And they're in charge. They're at the top of the fucking tower, the turd of Babel. Here's the thing though, right? What's behind that? If you look at ancient Peru, if you look at the Mayans in St. Mel Gibson's Apocalypto, these fucking pyramids, right, where they take people up them and, you know, kill them, and, you know, they, even further back, they sacrifice babies to Moloch. And, you know, again, an imaginary god, a satanic nonsense. But the point is, what kind of people murder people and for an imaginary god? What kind of people do that?
Pedophiles?
Pedophiles, right? And they do it again and again. All sex offenders are repeat offenders, they're recidivists. Now, so, again and again and again, and what do paedophiles do? They fucking groom. They groom. So, they've groomed the masses to, you know, offer up their children, you know, offer up, you know, individuals and not complain too much when they climb the stairs and they fucking, you know, carve them open and say, oh, if we don't do this, the rains won't come. You know, all this kind of bullshit. Right? They've been doing this since the fucking, as far back as you can find in history, right? All these different cultures from all over the fucking world who killed people for sexual pleasure, pretending it was a sacrifice to an imaginary god. Now, what kind of person, as you know, would be like that? It could only be a sex offender. However, what if it was even worse than that? Remember, all megalomaniacs bullshit themselves from the cradle to the grave that these great fucking people, and that they weren't wrong for attacking Jimmy, yeah, and stealing his toy and making him cry and being punished for it. They go through their entire life bullshitting themselves that they're not to blame for being evil, no matter how fucking evil they are, no matter how many hundreds of old ladies they kill in the hospital pretending to be a doctor. Now, I 100% assure you that Freemasons worship Lucifer, right? Now, the ones who enter at the very bottom, they're just happy to fucking start stealing off you, right? What I'm saying is, the ones higher up slowly groom them and introduce them slowly, incrementally to paedophilia, Satan worship, and killing children, sacrificing humans, all the rest of it, and you think to yourself, surely this can't be fucking happening. They're Lilliputians, right? They're so fucking tiny-minded, it's almost unfucking believable that that can exist in the first place. Remember, a parrot is not a human being. So, these dumb fucking pieces of shit, they're so fucking evil, these secret societies, that you can't bring yourself to fucking believe that this actually exists. It's taking place right now, and I'll prove it as we go on. And what I'm saying is, Freemasons, as I'll go further and further up this shit pile, they worship Lucifer because why? It qualifies being an evil fucking retard their entire life. When they read the big naughty book of spasticry, it qualifies having been an evil retard their entire life. Evil's good, good's bad, wrong's right, and you know, I've been right to be wrong all along. But what do Freemasons do? Well, what do all sociopaths do? Make tokens, token gestures, and that's, they believe, all they need to do for you to go back to sleep and believe they're actually a good person. Freemasons, right, regularly will make like a £20,000 donation to charity, and it'll make the papers. They're all there wearing their aprons, yeah, not butchers. And so, £20,000 from your fucking pocket, from your community, yeah, due to theft, tax. Fuck them and their tokens, they are beasts. After they try to con you with their tokens, they go straight back to fucking being evil. They've got files on every motherfucker to them. Information's power. And I said before, there's generation after generation after generation, this scum. And they don't want to give them their money that they've stolen. You will pay for their fucking inbred progeny, who they will not teach, obviously, to develop the front of their brain. They will teach them the big book of naughty spasticry, Lucifer, where bad is good and you've been right to be wrong all along, right? They are retards and they're in control of every fucking aspect of your life, and they've still not reached the top. Evil to one side. I have to say, I have met one policeman who was quite a nice guy, going back a bit, and there's another policeman who I actually love, and I've actually loved him his entire life, you know. Just thought I'd squeeze that in there. The rest of them, you will respect my authority! All sociopaths are the fucking exact same, from top to bottom. Walking shite. What's their top secret? Well, you know their top secret. Worshipping Lucifer, which qualifies all their lifelong bullshit, and you know, sacrificing children and humans for sexual pleasure from top to bottom. Blah 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 blah. However, what's the other secret? Well, it's not just those cocksuckers. All the way through history, they've all done the exact same thing. Divide and conquer. You can look at it from the point of view like a processor on a computer. You know, say it's a quad-core processor. Well, it divides problems into 4 things, right? So it can do 4 things at once. However, say it's like a 16-core processor. Well, it divides the problem into 16 so it can do it 4 times faster than that one. You're the fucking problem they want to solve. They're all conspiring against you, and I'm exposing their theories. Keep watching. Romans, right? They run into town, kill all the fucking tall trees, all the moral men who are morally fucking outraged and want to defend their way of life. And the Romans were really, really well trained. You know, when you go like that, they stab you there and you fall. That worked all the fucking time. And the thing is, then, when they take over, the first thing they do is divide and conquer. So, what do? Well, they don't really want to have their guards, as many guards there, because obviously the people will eventually revolt, but, you know, Caesar would like his guards to fuck off and expand the empire. So, if you divide and conquer these fuckers, they'll be too busy fighting amongst themselves to overthrow the few guards who remain, right? And if you fucking find the paedophiles in the culture, they want to gravitate towards power. They will obviously turn against their own. You know, sitting in their high chairs with their rattles, yeah, in their fancy dress. So, what else do? Well, you still want to get taxes. So, they're all fighting, they are your slaves, and so you keep it going. However, otherwise you would just kill them all. But you want them to be your slaves and give you money, right? So, you divide men and women. You tell women, men are all bad. And you get the paedophiles and you make new rules which encourage women to become slaves and double the tax. And so you double the economy. If you have now twice as many slaves, you've told women to go to work, now you've got fatherless kids and paedophiles who prey on them, and laws get made up all the fucking time, sending men to the gulags, right? Any man who seems even remotely moral, who might even be morally outraged, and overthrow the few guards. And just like you have in your community, traitors, pretending to be the police farce. Well, they are the police farce. And so you get the scumbags from the divided and conquered community to guard it. So then the Romans can fuck off altogether, right? And just rule it from afar and just get all this fucking tax from these poor motherfuckers who are squashed right fucking down. Yeah? And the children, what happens to them? Well, they get very, very few choices, and the ones who come to probably what they believe to be the best decision is, I think I'll fucking join the empire. Or they can work against their own if they want, become a traitor, you know, or try and get up the greasy pole the paedophiles are sitting on top of, yeah? Or go into the fucking gulag like their dad, you know? Or try and overthrow the traitors, blah, 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 as I've said, or just join the fucking empire and fuck off and expand it. Divide and conquer. If you're a slave, you pay higher taxes. Fact. As I've said, paedophiles are obsessed with grooming you, demoralising you, because their right frontal lobe doesn't function. They don't really believe, well, morality's a myth. They're not really a bad person, no matter how fucking evil they are. For example, raping children. So, they're in charge, and they're obsessed with fucking demoralising the cultures they divided and conquered. Women, yeah? Now, who would invent feminism?
A very caring person invented feminism because men are evil bastards.
So, we look at the Roman one, the Roman example of divide and conquer. They encouraged women to drink and fornicate and jail any moral man who might want to overthrow them one day, robbing children of a moral father and slowly destroying their culture. Those children grew up and what? Join the army. Leaving perverts and harlots ruling over imprisoned men with vulnerable children available to the system. Feminism. Could that be feminism?
No, feminism is fantastic. It's to help all women be free of evil men.
You're a misogynist. The patriarchy, right? Remember, all sex offenders are obsessed with saying, you are what I am. You are what I am. Freemasons invented the phrase patriarchy. They're the fucking patriarchy. They're fucking loaded. They've got tons and tons and tons of fucking money. Your money. And now I've worked with the poorest men by choice, selflessly. I wanted to have the experience and I wanted to learn and write about it and preach about it. Well, not so much preach. Here's the thing. These men that I worked with, right, were paid the exact same amount of money as the woman who was sitting in the office, begrudging having displaced her burst arse from her bedroom to the office. She's being paid the exact same as these guys, but these guys were risking their fucking lives, right, in all weathers. At one juncture, it was so fucking cold, not only was my forehead numb, I couldn't speak.
I wish you couldn't speak right now.
I'll bet you do. So here's the thing. Every single fucking place I ever fucking worked, the guys were on the exact same amount of money as the females. These males are not the fucking patriarchy, they're slaves. They don't have a fucking pot to piss in. Right? Feminism has simply taken women out of the fucking home to double the fucking workforce in a divided and conquered society. And these paedophiles have told women, men are, they are, but we are. You know, they're the fucking patriarchy. They've got fucking tons and tons of money, right? And these innocent fucking guys I've worked with, I repeat, don't have a fucking pot to piss in. They're not the fucking patriarchy. They're the patriarchy. That fucking scum down there. So, feminism has doubled the amount of theft for the next generation and the next generation. So they're just going to divide and conquer you even fucking more. So it's fucking impossible for you to wake the fuck up and realise they're over there. Yeah? Not forgetting, there are lots of women now who are anti-feminism. They see through it. And there's lots of people who are anti-this and anti-that. And it's all just fucking divide and divide and divide and divide and divide and conquer. Simple as that, you know? Throughout history. For example, quite a lot of men, every single fucking night, kill themselves, right?
Good.
That is a genuine reaction that quite a lot of groomed females have when they hear that men have killed themselves. Poor men who don't have a fucking pot to piss in, who fucked themselves off a bridge, not really realising throwing yourself off a bridge is a really, really dreadfully painful death. It's dreadfully painful. And I knew a guy that actually worked on a bridge, and he saw it on a regular basis, and part of his job was to phone the police farce who reluctantly showed up whenever somebody was going to fuck themselves off. And on a regular basis, he would hear if they were successful in saving the guy. When they were walking past his wee cabin, he'd hear them say, "I don't know why you're arresting me, I'll just come back tomorrow." Now, a lot of these guys don't realise all that fucking shite from top to bottom have done a number on them. Yeah. Yeah. And there might be sociopaths in their fucking life or all around them who are preying on them, making them feel like a bad person.
You are, but I am.
Right? And they're going to their fucking deaths. It doesn't make the media. These attention whores in your official news channels, they don't report it. Yeah? And it happens every fucking night, the length and breadth of your country. The patriarchy throwing themselves to their death. What for? Because there's no love in their fucking life. It's been extracted from them by a fucking Lucifer worshipping paedophile ring.
He's the conspiracy theorist.
Keep watching. Female suicides. That doesn't get reported. Winning! Female suicides, right? A phenomenal amount of women are now alcoholic junkies who kill themselves. Don't forget, they're having their children taken off them as well. And so, feminism, is it working? There is no fucking patriarchy. They are nowhere fucking near you. You can only see them if you get on a train from a great distance. They're over there. You're in a fucking stable eating gruel. Just like the guy they're pretending is the patriarchy, who they want you to fucking hate and raise children without him, who are vulnerable to the system, a fatherless child is 90% more likely to fall into every fucking trap they set for them. 90% more likely. Going to the gulag, committing suicide, becoming a junkie, all these kind of things, right? If they don't have a father. Do you think they don't know that? Fact. Fact. Information is power. They believe information is power and they don't want you to fucking know the truth. The awful fucking truth. And you can get rid of them all with one and then the second simple obvious solutions. And those fucking pieces of shite can't corrupt adult moral human beings. We replace them all, get rid of these fucking scumbags, right? You can see, though, that paedophiles have groomed women. For example, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So what do they promote? Girl power! I mean, that was one of the fucking most shite pop groups of all fucking time. The music was fucking pish. It was promoted by a fucking paedophile ring to try and encourage young females to destroy their lives and make sure there'd be fatherless children for the system from top to bottom. So as you know, they want to prove they're superior to you with as many gullible victims as possible. They've turned your culture into the whores of Babylon and all the fallen. Divided and conquered. Problem solved. Next. Harvested baby organs. Well, I do wonder where they're going.
He's a conspiracy theorist.
Harvested baby organs. Do you know, when a woman has an abortion, which she's encouraged to do, they don't tell her, oh, we're just going to take the organs out. After we pull the arms and legs and head off your child, which we've encouraged you to do, we will take its organs and we'll give it to this fucking Lucifer worshipping paedophile ring, calling themselves Freemasons. You're not supposed to know that. Maybe they just throw them into ovens sacrificially. Or eat them. I actually helped build Babylon. As I said, I worked in many, many, many jobs. I worked in demolition, so I helped demolish a building. And I was called back, not too much later, to build another building on the exact same foundation that turned out to be very similar to the building we demolished. Then I took another job, and by amazing coinkydink, it was to fit out the offices of the building I'd built, after the building had demolished. Anyway, the point is, I went in and I built this office up, obviously with others, and when I walked in, I was full of the joys of spring, and I just walked in and said, here's the real workers, right? Here's the real workers. Which is a comedic comment. Thing was though, there was just females all sitting about the office on chairs with nothing to do. I hadn't given that any thought. And so the rest of the day, I built up the entire office for them with help. And I remember building this giant desk and putting everything on it for this lassie who'd been drawing me daggers all day, but I hadn't really noticed. And so the thing is, when I was leaving, I took all the kind of garbage I could get and put it into a lift. And she went to another lift. And just at the last minute, she slithered over to the lift I was in. And the only reason that I was actually doing these jobs was because I've donated every single fucking penny I've ever had in my life to charity. Getting better and better at charity locally, nationally and globally. And so, the thing is though, she got into the lift, and this is at the fucking end of the day, where she'd been doing fuck all day, in a building I'd built from the fucking ground up, and after flattening the previous building. And what I'm saying is, I kitted out the entire fucking office for her, and all I said was a humorous comment at the start of the day. Hours and hours and hours fucking earlier. Slightest of slights. Slighted. When she got into the lift, when we got to the ground floor, she started screaming at me. Right? I do a very hard job every single day. I do a really hard job. I work really, really hard. I always do a really hard job. So, I listened to her and I thought to myself, right, this is my usual thought. Bread going into the mouth of a little girl in Brazil who lives essentially in the gutter or bread coming out. If I let her fucking have it, then I'm taking the bread out, because she'll scuttle off to the gaffer and get me the sack if I say anything that makes her explode even further. And this is how she reacted when I didn't say anything. I just smiled actually. She went, and then she scuttled off as fast as she could. She scuttled off. She was as high as a fucking kite. You know, she ejaculated. So that's the thanks I got for building Babylon. From a lassie who essentially does fuck all for a living. And that's the thanks you get for doing everything you possibly could for her. She screams at you for having made a humorous comment which turns out to be fucking true. They hate the truth. I went into a bank and there was an advert on the television and it said, if you come into our bank, we will do everything for you and we will make this happen over here and do. And I thought, right, fair enough, I'll go in and this will be automatic. And so the chick behind the counter, behind her desk actually, gave me a hard time and asked me why I'd come into that bank rather than a bank that was equidistant away from my house. And I said, well, needlessly, I was in the area, so I just thought I'd pop in here. And I saw an advert on the television that said that it could do this, that and the other. And she said, no, you could do that yourself. Well, it said on the television that you guys could automate the transfer of everything that's from one account to the other. No, you can do that yourself. I'd like you to do it. Right? So she went on like that for a while. And then, I've noticed this again and again with sociopaths, the pity play. Because don't forget, all narcissists genuinely believe that they're actually good people, no matter how much fucking evil they're guilty of. So she peddled a pity play about, all this kind of crap she came out with about how her life had been so much better than what she'd been reduced to in Babylon. So that was one cunt. Then, after everything had been transferred reluctantly, I went back in, and to cut long story short, another wee thing came in, and she had checked out what I'd been doing on the internet, right? Information is power. And she was raging with me because obviously I'd been exposing psychopathy, narcissism, all this kind of stuff. And obviously I genuinely believe these people are walking shite and they're fucking scum of the earth from top to bottom. They're on their way to fucking hell and they'll cover it. So she did her best to try and give me a hard time. Now, she was about maybe, 4 foot tall, fat as fuck, with a hairdo that looked like a dead mother-in-law's tongue that she dyed blonde. She was hideously ugly, and I did not give a monkey's about her, I just tried to treat her like a human being. And so she asked me several questions because she was hoping that I could answer in such a way where she'd find her excuse to scream at me for sexual pleasure. Huh? So I went over some of the things that I was wanting to do, and then when I'd said something, I thought back over it and I kind of repeated something that I'd said, and so she screamed at me that I'd repeated myself. And her reaction to that was, my reaction to that was, though non-existent, I just continued talking. So her reaction went from to, and she sat like that for quite some time. However, she wasn't done. And all I was doing was, again, unsurprisingly, putting a lot of money in to go to charity, and that's all I fucking really wanted to do, really. And so, when she went on and on and on, this fucking monster, I eventually said to her, look, fuck it, I'll just close the account, And so, she was over the moon at that, and said to me, all you have to do is go to the counter, and you can instantly close it down. So she instantly lied, the sociopath. I thought, oh, so she's lying that all I have to do is go to the counter and I can instantly close the account down. And so I went to the counter anyway, but by this juncture, just like the other whore of Babylon, who'd, you know, ejaculated in the lift after screaming at me, who then waddled off as fast as she could with this look on her face, right? She did the exact same thing because she didn't know that I knew that when I got to the counter, I was going to be told, no, that's bollocks, she's lied to me. And so she went past me as fast as she fucking could to then get into behind the security glass, right? And then when I went to she was there fast as fuck. And so when I went to the counter, the girl behind the counter, I said to her, your colleague told me I can close the account. And she unsurprisingly said, no, you can't close the account, you've got to bring this and you've got to do this and that and the other. And when I looked at the wee thing behind her, the sociopath, the look in her face was, So, here's the thing though. After she ejaculated, she swiveled and she slithered off and she had a really, really sad look in her face. Winning! So, all sociopaths try and give you their shite. So, and I repeat, fuck me. If you're an adult, moral human being and you remind them of Jimmy, you deserve it, have it coming, brought on yourself and are asking for it. All sociopaths get off on trying to cause you brain damage. It's called ambient abuse. It happens in broad daylight everywhere. And whether they're male or female, whether it's you know, the police farce, or whether it's the wee girl in the bank screaming her fucking head off at you, or whatever, whoever it is, right? If they try and abuse you, they get off on it. And like I say, if they can fucking make you angry in any way, shape or form, the nerves, as I've said, in your prefrontal cortex come under strain and can break down. These subhuman bastards believe they're drawing energy out of you. I repeat, it's ambient abuse. And that should be a fucking crime. It's a crime against humanity. If someone screams in your fucking face for no reason at all, hammers your door and drags you away for sexual pleasure with a Freemason symbol on their forehead and all the rest of it, or lies about you in a kangaroo court, all the rest of it, they're all trying to cause you brain damage. It's a crime against fucking humanity. They don't even need to put their hands on you. Some of them consider themselves to be more sophisticated. Sophisticated. It's ambient abuse, and you need to fucking learn about ambient abuse. It can actually lead to men throwing themselves off bridges. Yeah? It's a crime against humanity. Ambient abuse in plain view everywhere. After they destroy Babylon, all that's left is the Tower of Babel. Yeah, the Turd of Babel. And as you know, all sociopaths lie to you pathologically, and if you fall for it, it allows their ego to believe they're superior to you, and it's all gone officially pretend proven. Right? You're grist to their dark satanic mill. They were right not to develop any intelligence. Lying's more intelligent than intelligence. They're that fucking stupid. So, they're moral imbeciles, and you could actually call it being morally insane. And they're obsessed with saying, you are what I am. Yeah. Errol's got the mental of the health, which is the problem of the spastics, get it? We could say it as they are all insane, because there is a moral law and they never learn from it, fall after fall from grace. That's pretty fucking stupid, you know. If you continue not only to destroy your own life, but all those around you, and you seem completely oblivious to gravity, yeah, and morality, due to your right frontal lobe not functioning, yeah, you could be called insane. That's how fucking stupid they are. They always know right from wrong. They get off on wrong. Yeah. I mean, what is evil? It's a banal decision made by a retard. Again and again and again. They wear a mask of sanity. Transformers, morons in disguise. They're all simply sadists. Being psychopathic is a deliberate choice. Anybody can choose to be psychopathic. So that's why I'm saying sociopaths. It's just sociopaths tend to make the choice to be psychopathic from the cradle to the grave. What did the Native Americans say about the sociopaths that showed up at their shoreline? They speak with a forked tongue. Serpents.
They're lowlifes, otherwise known as walking shite.
Your mind is preyed on, I hope you now know, by fascists who dictate reality to you and morality to you, who provably don't have a moral conscience. The simple, obvious solution. I've said it again. Compassion is the meaning of life. I understand if you're angry at sociopaths. You know, you might not even know they're sociopaths. The point is this, they've preyed on you. Who've tried to have an adverse effect on your life. Effect, right? They don't have to have an affect, as I've said. You're just a witness. They're a fucking evil bonobo. They're going to hell. Settle for that. Sin means to be separated from. That's the origin of that word. To be separated from divinity for eternity, right? I'll give you an analogy. There are planets out there that are not part of any solar system. There's no sun, fuck all, no life on those planets, lifeless, cold, just hanging in space, going nowhere fast. Just there. Cold, part of fuck all. That's what I see hell as being for these pieces of shite. Cold, lifeless, just part of fuck all for eternity, right? That's it. They're going to hell. And when they get there, there'll be no Lucifer, you know, going, well done, here's all your slaves, you and all their other victims, right? When they get to hell, it's just to be separated from divinity for eternity. That's it. There's no like hellfire and whips and all the rest of it, you know. Divinity is love, you know. Love is the gift which keeps on giving, yeah. Imagine being surrounded by angels, yeah, just people who are really, really, really good people for eternity. That's it. Do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, all I know is that divinity exists. You can call it heaven. You can call the people up there angels. You can call them what the fuck. I don't think they've got wings or whatever. But the point is, it definitely exists. Just like gravity exists, divinity exists, morality exists, love exists. Hell exists, and it just means to be separated from everything, you know, that's good, everything that's fucking makes life worth living, you know. They're going to hell, where they fucking belong for eternity. I repeat, no Lucifer to anoint them with his cock on the forehead and, you know, have 1,000 slaves wheel them about in a chariot. They're fucking retards who don't develop beyond 3 to 5 years of age, and the majority of their brain doesn't work, and they're obsessed with bullshitting themselves all the way to hell for eternity, just to be like a fucking cold, dead body hanging in space for eternity. Fuck all. Some high-functioning retards don't believe in hell.
They're still going there.
So you no longer have to win individual battles that they're trying to win against you. With the SOS, you can win the fucking war. Their war against you and all those you fucking love. Buzzwords. Behind every buzzword lies evil intention.
You're a bad person.
Behind every fucking buzzword lies that intention. If that doesn't work, they will try another. As we no longer drag them to the nearest river nor demand a brain scan yet. Buzzwords. Misogynist. when you have the reaction, oh, I'm not a misogynist, I'm a good person, they add it to the big book of spells in the naughty book of spasticry. My beautiful woman, right? I have loved every woman I've had a fucking relationship with. I've never been in love, you know, it's never been that deep. I have genuinely loved them all. And I know I've had more than my fair share. However, I have loved them all. There's been many beautiful women throughout history, yeah? And I've only ever wanted the best for them. Done my level best by them. As best as I could, especially the older I got, you know. What do paedophiles think of women? Well, they rape their kids. That's a bit of a clue. And they invented feminism. The Freemasons. Now, as you know, whenever you read the word paedophile, it's almost always followed by the word ring. Saint J.R.R. Tolkien knew that paedophilia is the ring that binds them all. Yeah? All paedophiles are Gollum, but if they get power, then they believe they're Sauron, and then if they join the Freemasons, they have this fucking crystal ball, all the information, power, they know everything about your life and see all the evil that they're committing against you from top to bottom of the Turd of Babel, yeah? However, you notice, when Gollum dies, Sauron dies, the fucking same really. You know, Sauron is Gollum's ego, and the ring essentially allows them this power to, shall we say, make it fucking easier to be an evil bastard. So, why are paedophiles not human beings? You know, the front of the brain doesn't work, they haven't developed beyond infancy.
I like to fuck kids and I'm a bad bastard.
Fair enough. Buzzwords. Racist, right? That's that from the naughty big book of spasticry, the magic spells, that actually still works. You're a racist. You are what I am. It fucking still works. They're the fucking racists. They're not fucking human. They're anti-human. If you're an adult moral human being and you're not an evil sex offender, they're anti-you. Trotsky actually invented the word racist. He invented it. So they're obsessed with poking you in the parts of the brain they don't have a fucking moral conscience. They don't have function there, right? Obsessed with that.
You are what I am. You are what I am.
And his reward? What goes around comes around. As you sow, so shall you reap. He ended up with a fucking ice pick going through his brain. 7 centimetres. They drove this ice pick into Trotsky's brain. Here's the thing. He got up and there's no difference. Right? The majority of the brain doesn't work. So even with a fucking ice pick 7 centimetres into his brain, it made no fucking difference. Yeah, later on, he obviously bleeding on his brain led to his death. However, people all around him went, what the fuck? He just got up and carried on as though fuck all had essentially happened. There was no personality change. With an ice pick in his fucking head. You've seen sociopath brain, normal brain. The majority of it doesn't fucking work. Yeah? And they invent buzzwords like racist. So, the head of the Freemasons, those who are at the very top of the Turd of Babel, they're remarkably racist. Anyone outside of their tribe is going to be exterminated. Yeah, well, with the exception of a few fuck toys. But the point is this, they're behind just about every revolution and war you can think of, going back hundreds and hundreds of years. Freemasons, and those at the very top of them. This wee tribe, at this moment in time, the very, very, very top, you'll be glad to hear we're at. There's this wee tiny group of inbred families who could tell you their grandfather's 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 name. And further back, right? Generation after generation of fucking paedophiles who worship Lucifer, grooming you to achieve their goal. This is what they're conspiring. This is their theory. What they want to do is exterminate all life on Earth except their tribe and a few fucktoys. And here's the thing. Beneath the very top where these inbred paedophiles are, beneath them there's 200,000 Freemasons who believe they're from the same tribe and probably are. However, beneath them there's 6 million Freemasons who all think they're in on it. They all worship Satan. Most of them are paedophiles. In a nutshell, these corrupt slimebags, the 6 million are going to be fucking exterminated and they don't know it. right? The 200,000 at the top who are spread all over the place. The point is, they are behind every fucking act of evil you can possibly shake a stick at and in control of what you think about what's happening. And if you seem to be waking up well, they'll change the narrative. And so, I'll go over it. Have you ever sat with a 3-year-old and watched a cartoon? And at the end of the cartoon, the 3-year-old says, "Again!" Right? And you watch the cartoon again. And at the end of the cartoon, the 3-year-old says, "Again!" World War I. Now I wonder who would be behind that. Again! World War II. I wonder who would be behind that. Again! Iraq 1. Again! Iraq 2. Again! What, Iran? So, it's quite racist, isn't it? Obviously because they've killed whitey, they've killed like Muslims, they've killed Arabs, they've killed all these different fucking people who they don't see as being part of their tribe. You've got the inbred families at the top, 200,000, but see all these fucking Freemasons beneath them, the 6 million. They're from the tribes they're fucking genociding. Right? They don't give a fuck, they don't have a moral conscience, they don't care. They've got all the fucking land, they've got all the fucking money, they've got a file on you, power, and they know that you're a fucking slave eating gruel, sitting watching all their shite, and you don't know the special secrets, the top secrets, that allow them to believe they're superior to you intellectually when, as you know, they're a fucking retard. Freemasons. The Irish Holocaust. Now who could be behind that? Freemasons. To whom you're cannon fodder slave or fucktoy? Or worse. First thing they do, as usual, groom the nation, right? Divide, conquer, turn against the goal they want to achieve, especially turning the immoral against the moral, as I've been talking about from start to finish. You know, all the pus that's seeped out of the dying corpse of your culture, your society, yeah? And all the fucking top jobs at the very, very bottom of the turd of Babel I've been talking about from the start. So, their propaganda turns the divided and conquered and then unites them against them and all the rest of it, fucking blah, blah, blah. In a nutshell, they turned this group, this group, this group, and they all invaded Ireland. It was a big fucking fight, and the Catholics lost. And essentially, they were reduced to serfdom. Now, the leaders of the Freemasons fucking hate Christians, right? Now, they worship Lucifer. So, these people, it wasn't enough that they were reduced to eating fucking potatoes while working like fuck, generation after generation of these pieces of shite. When the next generation come in, I want to be evil too, I want to be even more evil. So how could you be even more evil to Irish Catholics who are reduced to eating fucking potatoes? Information is power. So this Freemasonic brotherhood, right? Now, think about this. This is how evil they are. Freemasons in North America, a fungus started destroying their potatoes. Some of their potatoes. So they got the bright idea of introducing the fungus to Ireland, north of Ireland, and destroying the potatoes. So all these Irish Catholics would starve to death and or be displaced, yeah? And at the end of it, over 1 million were displaced and 1 million starved to death, right? Winning! fungus. After doing that, they simply mark another inverted cross on their bedpost. Down south in Ireland, whilst 1 million people were starving to death and 1 million people being displaced, the crops down there were perfectly fine. Finding that? And the cattle. And it was being shipped across to the Freemasons who were sitting eating it, whilst all these people were fucking starving to death. Right? Gluttony and sloth, the other two deadly sins I've not mentioned yet. So essentially, North America got another 1 million slaves who happened to be from Ireland. Those who stayed and died, 10% of them were Protestants who thought they were on the winning team. One of my great grandmothers from Ireland was a Protestant. She's a really, really lovely woman. I was thinking about another woman I knew today who was a Protestant who believed in karma. A really, really lovely woman.
Next buzzword. I was going to say he's sectarian, but our fucking buzzwords are not working on him.
Buzz phrases. So when they point their talon at you, always there's 3 crooked talons pointing back at themselves, and the volcanoes overflowing with evil, stretching all the way back to the fucking cradle they crawled out of, right? When they're pointing at you, they hope they can actually magic all that away, because they get fuck all self-awareness. They think they do, because they've got you under the thumb. They don't have a full duplex adult theory of mind, thus no empathy, right? So they can't see themselves in the fucking mirror. And for as whenever they point, these fucking imbeciles hope you can't, well, they hope you magic away everything, including that history that I shall expose. In their kangaroo courts, if you go there instead of watching the television, you will see that they dramatise minutiae out of context. Right? We know what they say. You're a bad person. Mass immigration.
He's a bad person.
I'm an immigrant.
Next buzzword. That's not working on him.
I'm a Muslim immigrant raised Catholic. So, religious teachings, I've read quite a lot of religious teachings, and in amongst them all, you can find morality in all of them really. To me, morality just is 2 + 2 = 4. And then bullshit, 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 bullshit. 2 + 2 = 4, fair enough. You know, and then bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. They're now grooming you to believe that morality doesn't exist, right? They're replacing the word morality with ethics. Spastics. As you know, they think they're towering over a chessboard, black and white, thinking black and white, and you're a piece in their game, a tiny little piece in this massive game. You know what their goal? They're as thick as an overflowing pile of elephant shite. So whether it's the Bible or the Quran or the Torah, I repeat, there's 2 + 2 = 4 in there. On the other hand, Freemasons are all arseholes, and their self-aggrandising big book of Noddy Goes to Spastic Land is all bullshit. Yeah, they are fucking retards, obsessed with bullshitting themselves that they were right to be wrong all along. JFK, blown away, in his final speech, he said that he was going to expose a secret society. Again, as you know, if they have a secret and you don't know it, they're superior to you, right? The other thing was, he said he was going to get rid of the Federal Reserve. Usury. Ticket for the Titanic. Ticket for the Titanic. Ticket for the Titanic. The Federal Reserve, before it was created, everyone who innocently said, I'm against that sort of a thing, it seems like a licence to print money and it's all bullshit, right? They were given a ticket for the Titanic. And I wonder who was behind that. The Titanic, it can never be sunk, you know, even though there was a book brought out before it called Titan. And they tend to really, really enjoy and get off on letting you know in advance what they're going to fucking do before they do it. However, maybe that's a coinky thing. The point is, they want you to be a coincidence theorist. And so, all the people who were against the Federal Reserve were given a ticket for the Titanic, right? Now, I believe the Titanic was sabotaged and they were deliberately fucking killed. They were such moral good men, they of course let women and children off and went to their deaths. Cha-ching! Federal Reserve. Not all of them in their induction, you know, get the big book of Noddy Goes to Spaziland. That's as they go up the fucking degrees. There's 33 degrees, right, of grooming. And, you know, the ones at the very bottom, like I say, they're just happy to get a bigger slice of pie and get information about you and learn, feel that they're one up on you. Did you know emotional intelligence tests? How come people don't have those? Emotional intelligence tests. Sociopaths, as you know, don't develop beyond 3 to 5 years of age. Even if you didn't want to implement the SOS, say people scotched that. How about implementing that everybody takes an emotional intelligence test? Sociopaths don't develop beyond 3 to 5 years of age. Get them to fuck! So, those scum-sucking evil little bastards, right? And the Freemasons, as the further up they go, their black pope walks up to them in fancy dress and says, "Now you must suck my cock." And as they're sucking, right? Freemasons. In league with Satan, sucking each other's cocks. I'm in with the in crowd. I go where the in crowd go. Where did the Freemasons begin? In Georgia. The arse crack between Russia and Turkey. Who knew? Now, is everyone from Georgia a bad person? No. Are they fuck? If you look at every single fucking tribe throughout history, now and back then, there are evil little retards who tend to lead, or as I say, mislead, right? And people have herd mentality. Animals tend to follow the leader wherever the fuck they're going, you know. And so the leaders of the Georgians took them from Georgia. This is where the Freemasons began, right? Satan worshippers, Lucifer, all the rest of it. And yes, and I repeat, throughout fucking history, you know, paedophiles have been murdering children for sexual fucking pleasure and offering it up to imaginary gods. However, so, the beginnings of the Freemasons though, Georgia. So, the wee Georgians came down from Georgia all the way to Israel, which was invented by Africans. It's important to know that. Egyptians. And Pharaoh was in control of Israel, which used to be called Canaan. He renamed it. He'd taken over. And then the Georgians showed up and he thought, here, I fancy these wee things. You know, I could maybe, So anyway, some people say it's drought, famine, whatever. He decided to fuck off back to Egypt and he took the Georgians with him as his fuck toys. So the Georgians went from Georgia to Israel to Egypt to become Pharaoh's fuck toys. And they were fuck toys for quite some time, right? However, as time wore on, Pharaoh was rather abusive towards them. And Moses didn't like this. So Moses decided he was going to free them and take them back to Israel. Now Moses is considered to be one of the most moral and loving men of all time. He didn't want wealth or position, nor did he think anyone should be an enslaved fuck toy. However, when he rescued them, right, to cut a long story short, you can think, maybe there was a tsunami and the water went that way, they went that way, and then Pharaoh's army went after them, the waters came back and drowned Pharaoh. Unlikely, because if that happened, Mount Sinai was just there. but it says that they walked for a very, very long time to eventually get to Mount Sinai. And by that time, the Georgians had got on his fucking tits. He was really starting to regret it, right? These Georgians seemed to not really have deserved to have been rescued. And they got on his tits to the point where he climbed a fucking mountain after having been with them for quite a long time. And he tried to get through these fuckers. Well, their leaders. 2 + 2 = 4. He couldn't seem to get this through to their fucking tiny little brains. So he climbs a fucking mountain, Mount Sinai, and decides what he'll do is he'll carve into fucking stone 2 + 2 = 4, followed by 2 + 2 = 4. Allegedly he was up there for 40 days and 40 nights. More bullshit, right? Allegedly God appeared and, carved these stone tablets for him. More bullshit. However, the point is this. He was up there burning bushes to keep warm and, carving as fast as he fucking could, with a chisel and hammer. Just whatever had fucked him off about these people who couldn't seem to understand basic moral concepts. They're leaders, right? So, by the time he came back down, he had a 2-foot fucking long beard. Wait for it. He'd been away long enough for them to, allegedly, create a god that Pharaoh had worshipped. You'll never believe the name of it. A piss. They were taking a piss. And they were all worshipping this fucking animal god, right? And so, Moses was so angry, he went, ah! And smashed the stone tablets at the foot of Mount Sinai, right? I've been saying this for fucking decades and decades and decades. Would you fuck? See if you were up a fucking mountain and God had went, he'd taken 40 days and 40 nights to fucking carve what they now say was 600 commandments, right? I get more every day. The point is this though, if you were up the fucking mountain and God had done this, and you come back down and you see all these wee Georgians taking the piss, you would carefully put the stone tablets down. Then you would go, ah, wouldn't you? So, one of the most moral men and loving men of all time, what did he do? He took the leaders of the Georgians, took them up a mountain, allegedly melted down the idol of Oppress, poured it down their throats, and then fucked them off a cliff. Right? However, one of the most important commandments was, thou shalt not kill. However, one of the most moral men of all time did. That's how much he was fucked off by the leaders of the Georgians who invented the Freemasons.
No, they didn't. They finally infiltrated it.
Fair enough, but essentially, they all call themselves Freemasons. To this day though, they say that it was over 600 commandments. Obviously it wasn't, but the point is, that just shows you how moral people since those days have tried to work out, how do we fucking get through a sociopath's brain? How to be fucking moral, I've shown you what to do since primary concentration camp is what to do. However, they've actually written down 600 explanations of thou shalt not, and thou shalt not, and thou shalt not, or this will happen, 2 + 2 = 4, over 600 of them. You can see how fucking pissed off religious scholars are, as regards people who still haven't learned from what Moses tried to teach. Before they got back to Israel, probably because he'd fucked the leaders off a cliff, and there's still a few left who hadn't fucked off a cliff, they killed Moses, right? And then when they got back to Israel, it actually changed back to Canaan. But they were calling themselves Israelites at this juncture. And when they got in, they met the Jews for the first time, right? Obviously there was loads of Arabs. However, they met the Jews. And the Arabs thought, get these wee Georgians to fuck. The Jews, though, they infiltrated them, tried to teach them what Moses had done his best to try and teach them about morality. And so they kind of got in with them. But the Jews knew that this was a different fucking tribe from their own. And they were trying to dictate morality to them, and so on. Before long, the leaders of the Georgians had tried to get one up on the real Jews, right? And by this time, Oppress had become Satan. How? Why? Well, the real Jews taught them about what they believed was God and Lucifer. They told them the story, and the paedophiles, who were the rulers and leaders of the Georgians, Israelites, call them what you will, the paedophiles, when they heard about Lucifer, they identified with him. Right? It qualified being what they are. Then they met one of the other most moral, loving men of all time, and there's been a few, Yehoshua of Nazareth. And they tried to groom him. And he said to them, "You're not Jews." Right? On record in the Bible, I worship at the synagogue. You worship at the synagogue of Satan. You're of your father, the devil, you tiny-minded little bastards, right? And when your lips are fucking moving, you're lying. You're obsessed with saying you are what fucking I am. You're of your father, the devil. He was a fucking murderer from the beginning. You're fucking paedophiles. And you worship Satan, you fucking beasts. And you're so fucking evil. Your brains are so fucking tiny. When I try and tell people this about shite like you, you're so fucking evil, you're so dishonest, people just can't fucking believe it. So they tried to nail him to a tree. It was the Romans who launched the Israelites, you know, and left the real Jews behind. And they then spread all over the world, calling themselves Jews. They're legion. They split up into the 12 tribes, right? They were kicked out of every single fucking country for over 1.5 millennia. On record, you can read it for yourself.
You're an anti-Semite. They were anti-Semites.
They weren't fucking Jews. Semite, right? What's a Semite? It was a language, Semitic. It was invented by Arabs from different tribes who wanted to do better business. So they learned the same language to facilitate that. And then they were eventually called Semites, right? It's got fuck all to do with Georgians or Jews. It's somehow fucking worked its way in because some Jews did speak Semitic. So, however, these fucking Georgians are not Jews, nor are they fucking Semites, right?
Next buzzword.
I repeat, the leaders of these Georgians got into every fucking country. Why were they kicked out? In history, why were they kicked out? If you look at it through it, right, a lot of countries didn't explain why. They didn't kill them. Just get to fuck you bastards. Why? Every so often, if you read it, killing children as a sacrifice to Satan. You couldn't make it up. They were just anti-Semitic countries. No, I repeat, the majority of Georgians, just like any herd, follow the leader, right? And the leader happens to be paedophiles who worship Satan. That's why they were kicked out of every fucking country for over 1,500 years. Yeah? Now, I'm not saying they were wrong to fight the Romans. They're a bunch of cunts. However, what I'm saying is, that's why they were kicked out of all these countries until they found countries that they infiltrated, you know, and their leaders got involved in. And sadly, that's where the two things conjoined, and the Freemasons became their front. And there's now 6 million fronts who all think they're in on it, right? In the Turd of Babel, there's 200,000 Georgians who call themselves fucking Israelites to this day, and there's just a wee handful of inbred leaders going all the fucking way back, right? And so, I repeat, the 6 million who think they're in on it, at the front, no, they're going to be exterminated, as are you, unless you qualify to be a fucktoy. I almost forgot, the other reason they were kicked out of countries was for usury, a crime against humanity. Available on every town cross. Give with one hand, take away with the other. Do you know, there are Freemasons who are so fucking stupid, surprise, they actually believe they're one of the lost tribes. In other words, a fellow sociopath, another weak surrender monkey. Now, after the Georgians fucked off, the real Jews stayed there. They'd lived with fucking Arabs for quite a long time before the Georgians showed up again. And after they fucked off, right? And until World War II, these Jews and Palestinians, Arabs, had got on fucking famously for all this fucking time, for thousands and thousands of years, until the Georgians showed back up again. And to this day you can find the real Jews saying, we've got fuck all to do with this. They're not real fucking Jews. We've got on with the fucking Arabs for fucking thousands of years. These motherfuckers, their leaders, are evil troublemakers. Hint. As soon as they got back into Palestine, which used to be Canaan, which used to be Israel, which used to be Canaan, the first thing they did was rename it Israel. It's against the law in Israel to have a DNA test. Hint, hint. Hexagram. None of the 12 tribes were asked, what would you like to be your flag for Israel? None of them. They all had different flags, and it was thrust upon them by the leaders at the very, very fucking top of that Tower of Babel, all the way down. And why hexagram?
It's not a pentagram, it's the pentagram that's to do with Satan.
Hexagram is the other side of the fucking pentagram. The hexagram, what does hex mean? To curse someone. And it also means witchcraft and things like that. And yeah, there's lots of other, for example, as I've mentioned earlier, divide and conquer, you can find it in computing. Yeah, you can find the hexagram in lots and lots of things. However, it's no coincidence they're hiding, worshipping Satan in plain view on their flag. Now, is the average Israelite, Georgian, call them what you will, Pharaoh's fucktoys, who cares? The point is the average Israelite in on it? No. Are they fuck? They're just part of a herd. And is the average Jew, are they fuck, right? And I repeat, this has been thrust upon them throughout fucking history, just like it has done in loads of tribes led by lunatics. Now, every moral leader, including Moses, was against divination and idol worship, right? And divination is something retards do in order to accurately predict the future, because they lack a prefrontal cortex. And if you don't have prefrontal cortex function, you lack the ability to accurately precognize the future consequence of your actions. So, without an uncinate fasciculus connected to the left and right frontal lobes and the prefrontal cortex, these retards, these bullshitters who bullshit themselves all the time, whatever the fucking outcome after the divination, no matter what the fuck it is, as long as they remain in control, it's all gone officially pretend proven. Most people who follow religions are not religious, right? When I used to go to like a Catholic church when I was a kid, you know, people would shake hands, peace be with you, and also with you. And then after I thought to myself, oh right, peace, right? And love, and it's going to like, we're going to be in love, you know? No. See, after they shake hands, they chant a wee bit, then they leave the church and go their separate ways, and they're not even remotely Christ-like. You're supposed to be Christian, right? However, they're not. You don't just shake, you build. For example, on the land that Freemason zone you can see when you pass on a train. Run to become your local representative, to then become your national representative, to get rid of fucking representatives, in order to become your own fucking representative, including every single motherfucker who also has a mobile phone. The solution's in the palm of your hand. SOS do. I better say, Jews that I love. You ready? Mel Brooks. I've fucking loved. Are you still alive? Mel Brooks. Oh my God, I loved all his movies, right? And the line that I laughed at most was his 11s are up. When a man gets to a certain age, if you look at the back of his neck, you know, it goes in a bit in the middle, right? His 11s are up. I found that funny. Jews that I love. Oh, Natalie Portman. La 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 la. Natalie Portman.
He's an anti-Semite.
I'm not even an anti-Georgian. All I'm doing is giving you 2 fucking SOSs to get rid of Freemasons. That's all I'm saying, motherfucker. And all the shite beneath them that I started with. Remember, every dog licks its arse. Right? Unless you can train these dogs at the cradle age, unless you can train them, grow your fucking brain, it will be fucking evil. And the lunatics who know right from wrong are running the asylum.
Jews that I love.
Yitzhak Rabin. I fucking loved him. Oh. He wanted to bring peace between Palestinians and ordinary Jewish people, and that's an end to it. And unsurprisingly, that was an end to it. Oh, Henry Makow. Henry, Makow, right? If you don't believe a word I've told you, now, go onto his website. He's a Jew who calls himself moral, loving, and he's obsessed with peace. He gives everyone a fair say and tries to correct them and tells them, I don't put anything between me and what I think he believes in God. I don't. I believe in divinity. However, what I'm saying is, if you go on his website, he's been shouting in the wilderness even longer than I have. And so, for at least 2 decades, he's been exposing Freemasons, right? And Luciferianism for 2 fucking decades. And if you use his search facility, you can type in anything you fucking want and you'll see he's actually predicted it before it's fucking going to happen. Now, I was very, very fortunate. I met Saint Bloodless, who's in heaven, an angel, right? Who told me everything that I've told you 15 fucking years ago. And I've been exposing it incrementally as best I can, then taking some stuff away just in case I get thrown into a fucking gulag before I'm finished. The point is, St. Bloodless told me everything. He fucking despised the Freemasons, right? Anyway, now Henry Makow, a Jew, right? Some people could say, well, maybe he's in on it, and as you've said, like, Satan worshippers delight in telling you what they're going to do before they fucking do it. Makes them feel powerful and get sexual pleasure from it. So, regardless, for 20 fucking years, he's been exposing absolutely fucking everything. And what I've studied, when I found his website, I went, what the fuck? Some other motherfucker's saying the exact same as me, right? And then I found all the websites that he links to, these other motherfuckers saying the exact same things as me, you know? Well, almost, you know, in many ways. And it's really, really important. Remember this, the victors rewrite history. So he and myself and all these other people, we correct history, right? I love the truth. I wrote a novel called Veracity versus Adversity. I fucking love the truth, you know. And whenever I see bullshit, I think, that's bullshit. And so I try and find the truth, which is quite hard to find when the first fucking 100 pages of Google is bullshit. However, if you go on his website, fill your boots and go to the other websites and check it all out, you'll be fucking horrified. He mainly bangs on about Luciferianism, Freemasons, and he exposes every false flag throughout history. I call them staged events. However, the word false flag's been used for hundreds and hundreds of years. I call them staged events, and you'll be fucking gobsmacked at just how many wars, hooray, World War One, again, World War Two, again, Iraq One, again, Iraq Two, again. He exposes everything that I know, right? And he pins it all on the leaders of the Freemasons, who happen to call themselves Israelites, who worship Satan and sacrifice children for sexual pleasure on a grand scale, which the lower downs actually find impressive. Let's move on to cancer. Do we really need nuclear power stations? Hang on. Nuclear power stations? Haven't we got the sun?
Oh, sometimes the sun doesn't shine when the clouds are out.
Haven't we got the sea?
What?
Energy, right? What laps onto the shore?
Waves!
Waves of energy. And the majority of the earth is covered in water, covered in waves. And no one has harnessed wave power. Energy. It's pish easy. Powered by the fucking moon, right? Which is there at all times. Even when there's clouds. However, that's it. I mean, other things hiding in plain view. Bolts of lightning shoot from the sky. Very popular in Venezuela. And you can actually harvest lightning. Electricity, free electricity. No, let's have nuclear power stations.
I wonder why.
Well, they want you fucking dead. Every fucking year, these evil, inbred, at least unconsciously true self-loathing, subhuman vermin, they increase the amount these nuclear power stations are allowed to release. Yeah? Funny that. No! Oil! Oil!
How can we tax the sun?
They don't want you to have free anything. Free Masons. I've spent my entire life trying to give to charity as best I possibly can. And so, I thought to myself, I'll miss all the charities out and I'll just go to Africa myself. I ended up walking on the streets of Addis Ababa, handing out thousands with a queue a mile fucking long behind me every night, right? And the thing is, right, even though I've ran a farm in Porcupines and all the rest of it, even if this is the end, you can grow your own food. If you've got a window box, you can grow your own basil, right? I love basil. St. Old Les told me to fight with the council and have a farm in Scotland. However, I decided to fuck off somewhere where I didn't have to fight with the council. And after a few years, I decided to come back to Scotland, only to find the Ministry of Funny Walks, as I started with. Every fucking, at the very, very bottom of the Turd of Babel, there's a wee pyramid that you're paying for, and it is, when a paedophile has don't forget, they tend to swing both ways. When they have a child and they don't groom it to develop the front of their brain, they've got to give it a job. So that's where the Ministries of Funny Walks comes from. When I phoned one of the Ministries of Funny Walks to ask about grants to have a farm in Scotland, he said to me, "What do you want a farm for?" "What do you want a farm for?" I said, "Well, to grow things." And he asked me what I wanted to grow. And I said to him, "Well, I want to grow pine nuts, right? But I can't tell you what I want to make with it." And before I could finish speaking, he screamed, "Pesto, obviously!" Now, at that juncture, I'm quietly confident most people drawing breath didn't even know what pesto fucking was, let alone one of the secret ingredients, right? Pine nuts. And so, in the Ministry of Funny Walks, he got off sexually on screaming down the phone at me for the money we're paying the insolent, virtueless, unbrain scanned progeny of slimebags. I repeat, sociopaths can have a very, very good memory and high IQ. Obviously he had. Unfortunately, he was a piece of shit. So you're paying for all these ministries of funny walks, and they're obsessed with trying to get off on abusing you, try and have an adverse effect on your life and all the rest of it. And if they scream at you, then they're proving that they're more intelligent than you. Anything they can scream about will do. So male or female, I mentioned females earlier, there's a male example of the exact same shit. I went on a website once and I thought, I wonder what this will be like, right? It says this site is for empaths. I thought, oh fuck. So I went on it and I just started typing, you know, what I thought about sociopaths. What the fuck? Well, what do sociopaths do? They gravitate towards what they believe to be power. And so the heads of the website for empaths were sociopaths, which were rather burned by the awful light of truth when I simply wrote about sociopaths. They hate their own fucking reflection, these vampires. So, typing in capital letters, one of them hoped I would interpret that as screaming, and I would be morally outraged. It would trigger my fight or flight mechanism, and I would have to suppress that with the nerves in my prefrontal cortex, which would come under stress and strain, and I would be left brain damaged. That's what she hoped for, and she wanted to dictate to me what I can and can't type and all the rest of it. And then this wee innocent guy came out, and he was an empath, right? This kind of big plump guy, and he just simply typed, "Why can't he type whatever he wants?" You can't be self-aware and gravitate towards what they gravitate towards. Glee, right? They actually experience what they feel as being kind of glee if they get away with any kind of act of evil. So there's the sexual pleasure and glee, and then, wait for it, when they come down and their MAOA neurochemicals plateau, they then contact you again to gloat, again hoping for that reaction. They're pieces of shit. So don't commit fucking suicide, you know, if somebody's done a number on you, you know, male or female, yeah? Whether you've been in or out of a fucking gulag, whatever the fuck's happened to you, don't fucking top yourself, right? Just use SOS1, tell everybody, fucking obligate it to happen, and then SOS2, right? Christ-like. Yeah, fucking millions of them, only one of me, fucking millions of these evil fucking bastards, armed to the teeth, in control of everything. Only one of me. Christ-like.
He thinks he's a living Christ. He's not, because I'm the arbiter of Christs. And so,
Errol's got the mental of the health, which is the problem where the spastics get it. He thinks he's a living Christ, and I'm the arbiter of Christ as well. People of colour. People of colour. How many times have you heard that phrase? Is white not a colour? Now, who could be behind that bullshit? As an artist, you know, on my palette, I want there to be every colour that I fancy. And I want it to be black, brown, yellow, red, oh, and another colour, white, like green. They want you to believe that you're a bad person, that they're obsessed with it, and they really are focusing on white people for quite some time. You know, you're a bad person, you're a bad person. The thing is, white people are being genocided. They have been being genocided for fucking ages. In Russia, in World War I, in World War II, thrown into all these different battles. They don't give a fuck about white people, right? And now, if you're white, you're not even a colour. You know, there are people of colour, and that's it. If you're white, you're not a person of colour. What? The Balfour Declaration, World War I. What was it for? Well, Palestine was still fucking Palestine. Jews and Palestinians living there in harmony for fucking thousands of years from start to finish, right? The Balfour Declaration was to move all the lost tribes from wherever the fuck they were into Palestine and call it Israel. However, at the end of World War One, after Whitey had, oh my goodness, gone to their deaths in droves, right? After that propaganda, it didn't work. Again, right? Not enough people were up for it. So, again, they started World War Two with the exact reason of moving as many Israelites, call them what the fuck you will, to Palestine and calling it fucking Israel when it was fucking Pharaoh that invented Israel, an African. Hitler said, the bigger the lie, the more people believe it. I would say the longer the lie, the more people can't fucking believe it. If you can lie and lie and lie and lie, generation after fucking generation, my goodness, for people to wake up, especially when they're busy watching television, you know, it's so hard for people to wake up. Fill your boots on Henry Mackow's website. You know, watch this again, watch it to the fucking end if I make it that far. Churchill said, by the time the truth has got his pants on, a lie's made it fucking halfway around the world. After World War II, the scumbag Churchill, who's one of the lowest pieces of shite ever shat into creation, after World War II he said, the truth is now so precious, it has to be protected by an army of liars. And you can get rid of them all with the SOS 1 and 2. Hitler's granny, right, Schickelgruber, right, she was from Austria, she ended up going to Germany, she got in with this wealthy Jewish family, I'll not mention any names, and she got knocked up, and then she got fucking sacked. However, she got pregnant with Hitler's father, and what I'm saying is, when she was raising him, this very wealthy Jewish family gave him tons and tons of money, well her, and obviously they were Freemasons, and well, they bullshitted a load of Freemasons, and they told him to join the Freemasons, so he did, right? Then Hitler comes along, and he wasn't really that bothered about the Freemasons, right? He wanted to be an artist, right? And so he joined the Freemasons anyway, and they told him their secret plan, their conspiracy theory, the goal they wanted to achieve, you know, with the Balfour Declaration, and, you know, creating Israel. And now, obviously, Hitler was 1/4 Jewish. You're not supposed to know that. He certainly didn't tell anybody that. Now, when they told him what their plan was, they hadn't told him everything. Incremental secrets, right? And he still said, nah, fuck it. No, I'm going to go away and be an artist. See you later. So he fucked off, right? And died on his arse as an artist, right? Really died on his arse. So he scuttled back to them in the end. And then they told him, listen, if you become our puppet, you know, we've got Churchill, he's our puppet, you can be our puppet, wait for it, we will make you the leader and ruler of the whole of Germany. Umpfen, pumpfen! All he had to do was go to prison and write a book about the actual leaders of the Israelites, if you want to call them that. How much he fucking despised them. It'd be believed, then he'd be released, and then they could turn Germans into Nazis. So, they did. They all fell for it. Again! And so, World War II began. With this wee puppet, this wee fucking retard. And he did groom Germans and turned them against people who called themselves Jews, right? Who are actually Georgian if they're allowed to have a fucking DNA test. And what I'm saying is, though, he obviously didn't give a fuck about people who call themselves Jews. What about the leaders of the Israelites at the top of the Turd of Babel? Do they give a fuck about Jews? Obviously not, because he got the Germans and the extensions of the Germans to put as many of them into camps as he possibly could. Now, obviously though, the ambition was to move as many of them into Palestine at the end of it, but it's fair to say they don't give a fuck about the ordinary Jew. They're just the herd. They don't really give a fuck about their own. Yes, there are 200,000 who are in the Luciferian cult, but what I'm saying is, see all the other people who call themselves Jews, they don't give a fuck about them. They're the anti-Semites. Because the vast majority of Jews don't worship Satan. Funny that. Did you know that Hitler used to ejaculate when he was giving speeches without touching his goose gogs and his jodhpurs, right? When he was going, all these people he was fucking bullshitting, whom he was genociding, right? Who he's going to do his level best to get rid of them all. This huge fucking lie he got off on. This long lie, right? He ejaculated whilst giving these speeches. So, most Germans were groomed to be Nazis, even though most Jews were fucking potless, just ordinary people, you know, going about their business. Yes, the leaders of the fucking, that tribe, yes, and those under them, the Freemasons, all the rest of it, yeah, they were carrying out crimes against humanity called usury. So a load of Germans were like, they were fucking potless as well. And this was used to turn them against fucking Jews. Also, Germans were quite gullible and believed they were the master race. Right. Hitler and Stalin spoke on the fucking phone, you know.
This communism thing doesn't seem to be catching on.
Communism is now called socialism. Funny that. When Lenin started that fucking crap with the Israelites, the leaders of the Israelites' elbows hanging out of his fucking arse, quite a lot of Russians said, it seems like slavery to me. Gulag! So, off to the work camp. And then when Stalin came along, it still seemed like phenomenal slavery.
I'm still waiting on some beetroot.
Gulag! 9 million adult moral human beings in Russia were murdered before World War II because they believed in fairness. However, what's fairness to the mind of someone who's an evil fucking bastard who wants to prove they're superior to you and have all your shit? Yeah? Enough is never enough. Especially when they have a cobra of shite hanging out their arse, making the turd of fucking Babel, right? And they don't want to give them their shit. You will pay for their shit. Obviously Hitler knew how many troops he had. Information, power, obviously. And those above him, right? What did he do with the Germans? He fucking stretched them as far as he possibly could. He stretched that army, all over, in fact, as far away as Africa. Yeah, there's going to be an invasion from Africa to Germany. What? So his objective was to kill as many Germans as he fucking possibly could. And he did not give a fuck about what happened to people calling themselves Jews, as long as enough of them survived and they could then move them to Palestine, call it Israel, wait for it. This is the top secret. We've waited long enough. When they get to their end goal, this is what they actually believe is going to happen. You ready? I'll tell you more about it later on. However, they believe that when we're all gone, there'll be 200,000 Freemasons calling themselves Israelites who worship Lucifer. There'll be inbred families at the very, very, very fucking top. And with whatever fuck toys are left behind, with 6 million Masons dead, fucking billions dead, right? They will move to Israel then, and they will raise Solomon's temple. And then they will climb Solomon's temple, the leaders, and Lucifer will appear, right? And Lucifer will anoint them with his cock, and everybody will then finally believe that retards are gods, right? That's the top secret. You couldn't make it up. Russians only had one gun between 10 soldiers. What the fuck did Hitler and those behind him need to push those Germans into Russia for? You know the answer. Because they're evil, everything they fucking do is to make money as well. As evil as they can fucking possibly be. Cha-ching! World War One. Cha-ching! World War Two. Right? Every fucking war, it's a business. Yeah? A racket. Obviously, the leaders of the Israelites, most of whom don't have a fucking clue, these are Satan worshipping paedophiles who sacrifice children. What I'm saying is, they're puppets right, all over the fucking place, including Roosevelt, a puppet, right? A fucking inbred puppet. Again, if they cared about their own, they're not their own because they don't worship Lucifer. However, Hitler, when he'd decimated the German army, why didn't they tell them, look, fucking surrender? Because we can surrender now because I think the Balfour Declaration, it'll be implemented and then we can, you know, move all these people we don't give a fuck about and create Israel, and then after a few more steps, eventually, you know, we can have our fucking sonic temple, and then Satan will appear, and then everybody who's there will know that we've been right all along, and that Lucifer and all the rest of that shite. So why didn't they just fucking surrender when I think just about every German drawing breath would have went, fair enough. The answer was, to them the Jews were bait, right? And as long as they had them, you know, pretty much every kind of moral adult human being would have fought like fuck to try and get them out of concentration camps. Call them what you will, I'll cover it, right? However, they were bait. The thing is though, some of them started to die of typhoid. And obviously, information being power, Hitler knew about this, those above him knew about them contracting typhoid, and they didn't give a fuck. Now, here's the thing, divide and conquer, there are two camps, right? There's ones who believe that a Holocaust took place, and there's actually a small percentage who don't believe a Holocaust took place. Let's look at it. Holocaust or holohoax, right? It's against the law to say holohoax. If you believe it, I'm not saying I believe in holohoax. I'm just saying there are two camps. A very, very large camp who believe there was a Holocaust where Jews were gassed and then their bodies burned. Now, they obviously wanted to move these Jews to Palestine, right? However, the point is, this small percentage believe that's a holohoax. Now, neither people who believe in the Holocaust or people who believe in, that Holocaust, or people who believe in the holohoax, neither of them were there. Who were there though? Well, this camp look at the figures by the Red Cross who are present in lots of camps, and Germans who are present in obviously every camp, right? They call them work camps, they call them concentration camps. The point is this. Now, whether there was Jews being genocided or not, this group believe that wasn't happening. Because the Red Cross and the Germans reported fuck all. They reported nothing, no Jews being killed in ovens, gassed or burned then in ovens, none of them, right? And they reported everything. So, however, so they believe that, whereas these people believe, no, there's definitely 6 million who were gassed and then burned. So, no matter no matter what they think, they weren't there. So, if you look again, what are they going by? They're going by, again, the Red Cross and the German records, who took records of everything. And here's the thing, whether you believe in that there were 6 million killed or not, what you can't deny is what the Red Cross and the Germans admitted, right? They might have been ashamed to admit that they were murdering Jews willy-nilly. They might have been ashamed to say that. So what I'm saying is though, but what they did admit was that Jews were dying of typhoid. Now, obviously, as I've said, if they knew that, it was going back to Hitler and his puppet masters. So why didn't they fucking surrender? They didn't surrender, I repeat, because it was bait. And by the time that they surrendered, essentially, well, invaded, and over 200,000 Jews on record had died of typhoid, right? So, again, I say this, the head of the so-called Israelites do not give a fuck about Israelis. It's a fact. Why wouldn't you just fucking surrender, saving over 200,000, yeah? Now this camp would say, what about the fucking 6 million? This camp would say, no, there was no 6 million killed. Neither of them were there, but what we do know is, for a fact, over 200,000 died of typhoid, right? And they fucking knew that. I repeat, they're, in every way you can think about it, anti-Jews, anti-Semites, Arabs, and anti-Israelis. They're fucking anti-humans, right? So after, 500,000 Americans soldiers lay dead, and 500,000 British soldiers lay dead, and fucking 9 million German soldiers lay dead. Yay! And 19 fucking million Russians were dead. Winning! It's important to remember that half of the Jews who died were children. Fact. Sacrifice to Satan. Coming up. Dresden. When the war was over, why the fuck did they bomb Dresden? Obviously they knew the war was over. They were in control of all the fucking puppets. Why did they fucking carpet bomb Dresden? Right? With bombs they had for fucking ages. They were building for fucking ages to do this. Because for the rulers of the Freemasons, call them what you will, the top ones, they wanted to ejaculate over the biggest genocide of children in the one they could fucking conjure. And in Dresden, most of the people in Dresden were children. Right? And so they carpet bombed Dresden and literally incinerated tens of thousands of children. Anyway, so they got off on that. A sacrifice to Satan and proof of their power in plain view. Yeah? And then they moved the remaining, the Jews who survived, call them what you will, Georgians, Israelites, they moved them to Palestine under the Balfour Declaration. Now everybody was up for it. And when they got there, the real Jews said, "No, these cunts again." Right? I repeat though, then none of these Jews were consulted, and boom, the hexagram became their flag. Since then, Germany has paid $100 billion to Israel. Good, right? How about this? Since then, America has paid $100 billion to Israel. What's my point? How come the average Jew in Israel doesn't have a pot to piss in? They don't have fancy cars, mansions, fuck all, right? They're barbers, taxi drivers, waiters, manual labourers. 200 fucking billion. And the average Jew has fuck all. Here's the thing. If I gave you £1 million, what would you say? Yeah! Right? How about this? How about I gave you £1 million every fucking year? Yeah! What about this? If I gave you life extension and you lived for another 999 years, and I gave you £1 million every fucking year for 999 years, you still wouldn't be a billionaire. And they're multi-billionaires. Hint, hint. Divide and conquer? Squeeze, oppress, squeeze the grapes of... and drink the wine of tax. They're using those same fucking innocent Jews who are just part of the fucking herd again. Only this time, they're the Nazis. You fucking couldn't make it up. Again, this time, they're the fucking Nazis. The whole world's watching, divided and conquered. So, if you go to America, they're split into fucking two camps, you know. This side, no matter what the fuck, yes, no matter what the fuck, we're pro-Israel. And this camp over here going, well, hang on, they have been committing genocide against, like, Palestinians for 7.5 decades. And they have just carpet-bombed children, killing 1,000 a week, week in, fucking week out, right? So, so they're using, and if you go to Israel, there are loads of fucking groomed innocent Jews, just like the fucking Germans were groomed, to fucking be Nazis, going, yes, death to more Palestinians, right? Even though they've land grabbed from the Palestinians for 7.5 fucking decades and reduced essentially all of Palestine to a strip, the Gaza Strip. And before what happened next, I said, they're going to fucking reduce it to a postage stamp. Where did Hamas come from? Yeah? On record, Netanyahu founded and funded Hamas. It's important to know that. Well, he said on record, the reason he did it was because the PLO was becoming popular and he wanted to divide them and conquer them and stop them from getting together with Yitzhak Rabin and emancipating the Palestinians, giving them some of their land back and just fucking having peace. How can we have wars with peace? Cha-ching! So when Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, dead giveaway. So, you may have seen on the television, live vision, that Hamas flew into Israel, right? And is responsible for murdering thousands of innocent children at a festival. However, they were divided, right? So Hamas flew in. Now, let's just say this wing of Hamas were genuinely people who believed they were freedom fighters, who had suffered enough and they'd been groomed to just go, like, just kill yourselves and kill as many Jews as you can possibly kill. Now, the other wing, though, of Hamas was over here. Here's the thing. Why was it a fucking surprise? How could it possibly be a surprise to the Israeli army? These silly fuckers and fucking hand gliders were going to fly over and kill over 1,000 innocent festival goers. Right? It wasn't a fucking surprise. They were told to stand down by Netanyahu. Right? Fact. Wait for it. Female members of the Israeli army reported, there's suspicious activity over there. We think there's operations taking place. That's exactly how they spoke. And I think we need to stop it. Wait for it. These suspicious operations by that wing of Hamas were so fucking obvious, press were there, filming it and reporting it. Right? So it was not a fucking surprise. Here's the thing that might surprise you. On record, when Hamas, that wing, flew in, admittedly, Israeli soldiers in helicopters and tanks went, what the fuck? And they opened fire. They've now admitted that most of the partygoers that were killed by Hellfire missiles made in America. Right? So, most of the partygoers were killed by their own army. Now, obviously Hamas, they wanted to kill as many people as possible, or at least take hostages, that wing. So, but what did the news, the attention whores, the liars say? Oh, Hamas, these evil bastards, founded and funded by Netanyahu. Evil bastards killed over 1,000 partygoers, killed by predominantly Hellfire missiles made in America by an army that could have killed just those Hamas fighters if they had actually killed them when they were practicing, when there was the press over there. So, let's just say that side of Hamas was not in on it, right? This other side of Hamas, I believe, are in on it. And I believe you would have to be literally, having studied history and corrected history like great minds have to do, having studied history, right, I can't find in history anyone more fucking stupid than that wing of Hamas. I believe it's fucking impossible to be that stupid. Why would that wing of Hamas take hostages into the Gaza Strip? Knowing what would happen, it's happened before, the Israeli army have been bombing Palestinians for a long, long time. So, knowing this, and knowing that 2 million Palestinians don't have a fucking pea shooter between them, why would that wing of Hamas take hostages and take them into fucking Palestine, the Gaza Strip? Why? I don't believe they're the dumbest cunts ever shot into creation. It's impossible, right? They knew what was going to happen, and what happened? Unsurprisingly, the north of Gaza was carpet bombed, and as you know, 1,000 children were incinerated as a sacrifice to Satan, which it's the first definition of the word sacrifice to Satan, or gods like Satan, like Moloch, for example. The first description of burning children to death as a sacrifice to a kind of satanic god is called a Holocaust, right? Ironic, isn't it? So here we have the Israeli army committing a Holocaust against Palestinians, the Nazis, right? Groomed like that, and the world watching and divided. They can be really easily reunited, cha-ching! And so all it needs is a staged event happening in Israel, and then they'll be united, and then war, for example, Iran. What I'm saying though is, so this wing of Hamas, founded and funded and controlled by Netanyahu, why would they want the north of Palestine carpet bombed and thousands of children predictably incinerated? Why? Right? Why? I'll tell you why. A British politician who will remain nameless instantly nipped across the ocean and shook Netanyahu's hand and said, "I hope you win this war." War. 2 million people without a pea shooter between them. And this wing of Hamas dead, and they've just got hostages, right? And no one, other than the hellfire incinerated Israelis who are dead, no one else in Israel is going to be killed. No one. It's not a war. The only invasion is jets incinerating children as a sacrifice to Satan. A Holocaust, right? Now, here's the thing. Why did that politician hop over and say, "How do you win this war?" What could be in it for him? Well, you can find out for yourself. A very close relative of his had just been given the contract to drill for oil. Where? Just off the shore of the north of Palestine. And gas. And just quite handy that the whole north of Palestine to be carpet bombed and therefore not be re-inhabitable at all. Oil. Never mind waves of energy, never mind the sun, oil. How do you win this war? So, Freemasons are obviously anti-Semites no matter how you interpret that phrase, and sacrifice their own, and except those at the very top of the Tower of Babel and the 6 million who don't realise they're going to get killed just yet, and they will. Some of whom don't really give a fuck as long as they're getting whatever. The point is, what they're too stupid to comprehend is, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. I repeat, they're definitely all going to fucking hell, and they will just be separated from divinity for eternity, right? There'll be no Satan there, to give them whatever the fuck they hope for. Here's the thing though, some of them believe this is hell, and that they're already ruling over you, and Lucifer's obviously God, and they're sacrificing children in plain view, and slaughtering hundreds of millions of whitey, Muslims, Jews, whatever the fuck, right? Across the whole fucking world. And they're getting away with it. It's all gone officially pretend proven. They're the chosen people and superior. Right? This isn't hell. This is purgatory. This is where you get to decide where you go next. Fuck returning. You know, fuck going to hell. I'm going that way. I'm just a witness, right? Just a witness. I have no emotional reaction. I'm just too fucking old, you know. I mean, I started studying being non-reactionary a million years ago, and eventually got it down to, I really sussed it when I was about 40. Now this is my 6th decade of life, and now, you know, even when someone's an evil fucking piece of shit in front of me, trying to do its best to have an adverse effect on me, I don't give a shit. I just can't give a fuck. I'm just witnessing another retard on its way to hell. That chose to be a retard. It didn't choose to inherit a tiny amygdala. It chose not to develop the front of its brain. And if its leaders kept it that way, then it's only got them to blame. So whatever front from top to bottom they use as misdirection, you know, no matter what, it's all fucking bullshit, and there's just evil, inbred sex offenders. Sociopaths. You can get rid of them all with the simple obvious solution 1 and the simple obvious solution 2. No bloodshed, right? Let them keep their fucking mansions. Get rid of them all, right? You're welcome. I'd also like to just say, don't fall for any of the fucking shite, you know. Don't hate fucking Jews. Don't hate fucking Arabs. Don't hate fucking, you know, don't fall for any of the shite. And if they fucking drop a bomb on Israel, unsurprisingly sacrificing their own, another Holocaust, whatever, the point is, say they do, right? And say, for example, somebody does, like from Iran, fire a fucking bomb, in the highly unlikelihood that they want to be invaded and destroyed for oil. Say, for example, they do it. Don't fall for it. Don't go for it. Don't invade Iran. You know, for oil. You know, what I'm saying is this though: if Iran doesn't do something to Israel to unite Americans who will then go invade Iran, say they will just stage the event themselves. You know, they will just drop a bomb, probably in Israel or somewhere like that, to kill as many Jews as possible, and as it, you know, again, and basically then they can invade Iran and pretend, you know, oh, that's a really good excuse, and then, you know, they'll take that oil. When there's fantastic ways of getting completely free energy that can't be taxed. After you do demand the simple, obvious solution 1 and 2, right? In order to not be complicit with the conspiracy to kill all adult moral human beings, command your politicians to fucking implement SOS 1 and SOS 2 after it. Right? After you watch this video, right? Then, don't be disturbed. Go and watch the late great St. Bill Hicks with a 6-pack of fermented hops and barley. Proof divinity loves us and wants us to be happy. Christ-like. I can see the pub from here. When an empath smiles, millions of devils lie defeated.